The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, La Mantilla, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Fortner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
Quorum is present. Members, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Jonathan Leach from First Baptist Church, Edgewood.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you today, for you are Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth. For you said, I am the Lord who makes all things, who stretches out the heavens all alone, who spreads abroad the earth by myself. Lord, it's to you that we pray. Thank you for your goodness, mercy, and love that we know through the life of your Holy Son, Jesus Christ. Lord, we thank you for the great state of Texas. We ask your grace to be with us, that you would protect our homes, churches, schools, and businesses from all threats and danger, that you alone would provide for our every need, as you own all things and are the great supplier. I lift up every Texas senator today. Thank you for their work and service they give to make a difference in our state. God, I pray that they would seek your will and your wisdom for guidance in every decision that they make. Help them to please you as they legislate this session, considering the men, women, and children that make up this special state. Lord, we need you with us. You said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. May we be a blessing to you and others by placing you first in our lives. Help us to glorify you as we carry out the important responsibilities you have given us to serve the people of Texas. I pray all these things in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Leach. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense of the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following message from the governor. Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 88th Legislature, regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments: to be members of the Texas Funeral Service Commission, Diane W. Heffley, Amarillo; Kristen D. Tips, San Antonio; to be a member of the State Preservation Board, Althea Swan Bug, San Antonio. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Members, if there are no objections, I would like to postpone the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's session. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The reading and referral is postponed. The chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 83 by Hall, recognizing April 18, 2023 as Navarro County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues, and guests. It is my honor to rise today to recognize my constituents from Navarro County, Texas. It is my pleasure to celebrate Navarro County Day here at the Texas Capitol and to acknowledge the exceptional work that has been done by the county's leadership and citizens. Navarro County has a rich history dating back to the days of the Republic of Texas. Named after Jose Antonio Navarro, a signer of the Texas Declaration of Independence, the county has been a beacon of freedom and opportunity for over 150 years. Today, Navarro County is a home to over 47,000 Texans who are dedicated to building a brighter future for themselves and their families. The county is known for its strong agricultural sector, with farmers and ranchers producing some of the finest crops and livestock in the state. Navarro County is also home to a thriving manufacturing industry, with companies producing goods that are used by people across Texas and beyond. The county's commitment to economic development has helped create jobs and improve the lives of residents. In addition to economic strength, Navarro County is also known for its beautiful natural scenery, including Lake Richland Chambers, which attracts visitors from across the state. On behalf of the state of Texas, I want to extend my congratulations to Navarro County on this special day. Your contribution to our state have not gone unnoticed, and I am very proud to represent them in the Texas Senate. Please help us welcome my constituents from Navarro County to their capital today.
Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Senator Menendez for an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, if you direct your attention over here to the southeast side of the gallery, we have some guests here from San Antonio. some young students from the Great Hearts Monte Vista North with us today. This school was founded 10 years ago as a public charter school, and the Great Hearts Monte Vista employs a unique model of education. It enrolls close to 440 students in grades 6 through 12, and these students come from across the whole city of San Antonio into the heart of a historic neighborhood of Monte Vista. And I am so honored to be able to recognize these bright 7th graders from Senate District 26 here to learn more about their Texas history here in our Texas Senate. They're in Austin, as we know, to learn everything they can about Texas government here in real life as part of their field trip. And well, I think you came to the perfect time at the right place. So we can't wait to see you in the offices. Come by, ask questions. And students, if you do get a chance to stay for a while, you may actually get to see a few bills be passed, and they'll be explaining, and people will be asking questions, and hopefully you'll get to see some good ones. So welcome up. I'm glad you made the drive safely. I don't know if you were in front of me or behind me this morning on 35 as I drove in, but I'm glad to see you here. Members and Mr. President, let's welcome the young, bright, shining faces of San Antonio's Senate District 26. Welcome to your state Senate. Thank you for being here.
Chair recognizes Senator Sparks for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In the gallery today, I want to welcome my friends from Midland, the Donnelly family, to the Senate of Texas. The Donnellys represent a long line of oil and gas producers who helped shape the West Texas community. Last year, the Donnelly family's Eastland Oil Company celebrated its centennial anniversary. Since we weren't in session, I want to take just a few moments to recognize 100 years of hard work and achievement. You know, members, it is very unusual these days to have a company that spans 100 years under the same ownership. And so that's why I come here today to recognize my friends. The company got its start when Mr. Arthur Matthew Donnelly took its pre-existing firm, A.M. Donnelly Drilling Company, and in 1922 incorporated as the Eastland Oil Company in Eastland County, Texas. In 1970, Easton moved its headquarters to Fort Worth in 1924. And after World War II, George Donnelly Jr., a geologist, opened an office in Monahans, Texas, where he mapped much of the Permian Basin and initiated the development of Eastland's Permian fields. In 1977, Eastland Oil relocated to Midland, Texas, and today, Eastland Oil operates more than 60 wells in West Texas and eastern New Mexico. The Donnellys are on their 4th generation of family leadership. Robin Donnelly serves as president, and his son Garrett Donnelly has served as vice president since 2018. The Eastland Oil Company has made significant contributions to the Permian Basin over the course of its long history, and I'm honored to recognize my friends as their senator on the centennial anniversary of the company and their family business. Thank you for your contribution. If I could get you to stand, and if you would recognize the Donnelly family. Thank you guys for being here.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 436 by Middleton, congratulating the Hitchcock High School boys basketball team on winning the 2023 UIL 3A state championship.
The Chair recognizes Senator Middleton on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Today we have the Hitchcock High School boys basketball team with us, and we want to congratulate them for their triumphant victory against Childress High School in the UIL 3A state championship. These young men maintained a perfect season with a record 14-0. This is the first time in 20 years that Hitchcock has made it to the state finals, and the first time the program has ever claimed a championship. And I'd like to recognize the coaching staff for their outstanding work, specifically head coach Christopher Jordan Foster, assistant coaches Rogers Davis and Lloyd Jones. And today in the gallery joining us, we have the Hitchcock boys basketball team, coaching staff, and the mayor of Hitchcock, Mayor Chris Armacost. Members, please help me welcome our 3A state boys basketball champions, the Hitchcock High School Bulldogs. And I move adoption of Senate Resolution 436.
Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolution? The Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 430 by Alvarado, recognizing April 18, 2023 as Texas Music Advocacy Day at the state capitol.
The Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to recognize the Recording Academy in our Senate today. Music bridges divides and brings people together, inspiring them to listen and to create. The Recording Academy has 12 chapters around the nation and almost 20,000 music industry leaders as members. 1,500 of them are from Texas. They also produce the Grammys. This premier organization works year-round to build a more diverse and inspiring world for music creators by fighting for creators' rights and saving music programs in our school. This academy recently highlighted music educators from Texas, including Pamela Dawson, Director of Choral Music at DeSoto High School, and Stephen Cox, Band Director for Eastland High School, as the 2023 and 2022 Music Educators of the Year. We're grateful for their work, enriching the lives of students and helping ensure a bright future for the next generation of Texas artists and music professionals. The Academy helps support over 210,000 jobs tied to the music industry in our state. We're working to support the industry here in the Capitol as well. The budget that we passed yesterday, members, included a $5 million Texas Music Incubator program. These funds will help the music industry fully bounce back from losses incurred during the pandemic. Members, please help me welcome the Recording Academy and these fantastic artists in the Capitol. I want to recognize some of the fine individuals that are up there. AJ Ahmed, Artist Manager from Houston and Texas Chapter Board Advisor. Christine Albert, Chair Emeritus of the Recording Academy's National Board of Trustees, founder of the music charity in Houston, Swan Songs. Christy Albino, Executive Director of the Recording Academy Texas Chapter. Shauna Dodds, multi-Grammy winning album art creator from Austin and Recording Academy Texas Chapter Board Member. Sanjita Kaur, 84th Grammy Award-winning classical vocalist residing in Austin and Recording Academy, Texas chapter board member. Karen Kelleher, founder and president of Gold Rush Vinyl in Austin and Recording Academy, Texas chapter board member. Gene Moore, multi-Grammy nominated gospel artist from Houston and Recording Academy, Texas chapter board member. Lisa Morales, singer, songwriter, and music producer from San Antonio and Recording Academy, Texas chapter board member. Eddie Perez, Latin Grammy nominated musician and producer and Recording Academy, Texas chapter board member from San Antonio. Gwendolyn Seal, entertainer, attorney, and professional member of the Recording Academy from Austin. Swara Shiki, music rights management leader of the YouTube Music and Recording Academy board member. Gilbert Velasquez, multi-Grammy and Latin Grammy winning music producer and engineer from San Antonio and Recording Academy, Texas chapter board member. Heather Wagner Reed, founder and CEO of Juice Consulting in Austin and Recording Academy, Texas chapter board member. And last, and I intentionally saved him for the last but not least, from my hometown, from H-Town, we have Bun B up in the audience, up in our gallery, a Grammy-nominated rapper, part of the legendary hip-hop duo UGK and current Recording Academy Texas chapter national trustee. Bun B has given back to Houston in so many ways. He's extremely generous with his time, with his resources. After Hurricane Harvey devastated our region, Bun B helped organize rescue efforts, ensuring that Houstonians got warm meals and shelter. During the pandemic, he helped the Music Foundation distribute more than $15,000 to musicians and creators in need. I want to welcome all of our musicians and artists, job creators in our state. Members, please give a warm round of applause to them. Thank you. I move adoption.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Alvarado for bringing Senate Resolution 430. You know, my family, I think I'm in part where I am because of the music industry. And a lot of folks think of Austin, Texas as a live music capital of the world. But San Antonio is really the home of so much Tejano music, Conjunto music, the Conjunto Festival. We have so many roots in San Antonio, so many labels of Spanish music labels that started in San Antonio, that thrived in San Antonio. So I want to welcome you here to your state senate, to your capital, and thank you for what you do, because not only do we promote and preserve our culture through our language, but most importantly through the arts. And the music is where so much of our history is told, whether it be a corrido, a polka, banda, cumbia, salsa, whatever it is part of our culture. And so thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for being here. And Senator Alvarado, thank you for recognizing this day at the state capitol as Texas Music Advocacy Day.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose? Senator Zaffarini, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I've had my light on to introduce the delegation from LaSalle at the right time.
Senator Alvarado to close.
Yes?
Is there an objection to adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I'm delighted to author Senate Resolution 435, recognizing today, April 18th, as LaSalle County Day at the state capitol. Members, it's been my pleasure to represent this vibrant and historic community as long as I've been in the Senate. LaSalle County has been a hub for hunting and ranching in Texas for decades. As a significant oil and gas producer, it makes great contributions to the industry and to our energy security. It is no wonder why former President Lyndon B. Johnson settled in Cotula, the county seat, as a teacher and then principal at Wellhausen School. President Johnson said of his time as an educator, "I think I learned far more than I taught, and the greatest lesson was this one. Nothing at all matters more than trained intelligence. It is the key not only to success in life, but it is the key to meaning in life." This valuable experience and others in LaSalle County formed President Johnson's early legacy as a champion of civil rights, equality, and education. Members, we have a delegation from LaSalle County with us today. They're in the Northeast Gallery, and I'd ask them to rise as I introduce them, and then I'll ask the entire delegation to please rise. First, the LaSalle County Judge, Leodoro Lolo Martinez III, Maria Perez, County Treasurer, Anthony Sertuche, County Sheriff, Joaquin Alba, County Commissioner, Erasmo Ramirez, County Commissioner, Raul Ayala, County Commissioner, and Sonia Maldonado, County District Clerk. Will the entire delegation please rise and be recognized, and welcome to the Texas Senate. Members, please join me in welcoming the delegation from LaSalle County to the Texas Senate. Mr. President and members.
The chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 433 by Birdwell, celebrating April 18, 2023 as Baylor Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today is Baylor Day at the state capitol. Baylor University was established in 1845 and is the oldest continually operating university in Texas. It was first located in Independence, Texas, before it moved to its current location in Waco. Baylor is a Tier 1 research university where students may earn their bachelor's, master's, doctorate, and Juris Doctorate degrees. Baylor athletics programs includes over 500 student athletes, and the program has won multiple national championships and conference championships. And I've been privileged to be able to recognize some of those national championship teams here on the Senate floor. Baylor features an impressive group of alumni that ranges from leaders of Fortune 500 companies to governors of Texas and justices on the Fifth Court of Appeals in New Orleans. I would like to recognize some of the Baylor members on the floor. Dr. Diane Livingstone, the 15th president of Baylor University. And with Dr. Livingstone as president, Baylor was classified as a Tier 1 research university and has added 30 new fully endowed chairs to the faculty. Also, the campus has undergone a number of renovations of select academic buildings in addition to adding new facilities. Also on the floor, Christopher Holmes, General Counsel and Chief Legal Officer and Corporate Secretary. Mr. Holmes received his degree in political science from Baylor and has served as General Counsel since 2016, having previously arrived from Dallas Baptist University. And Tiffany Hogue, Chief of Staff to the President. Ms. Hogue received her degree in political science from Baylor as well, and prior to her current position, she was a clinical professor of higher education, leadership, and policy at Baylor. Would the entire Baylor delegation that's in the gallery please rise and be recognized? And members, if anybody would like to speak, Mr. President, I'm happy to yield to my fellow members that are also Baylor alumnus as well to speak on the resolution.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Birdwell, for bringing forth this resolution to celebrate Baylor Day at the state capitol. I'm just going to say it's always Baylor Day in my heart. Baylor has had such an impact on my life. Of course, I met my husband there. Our two good kids, the two rebellious ones went to Texas A&M, but the two good kids went to Baylor as well and are just thriving in their, not just their careers, but making a difference in the world. And so thank you for what you do at Baylor University to continue the mission, really, not just helping kids get a degree so they can get a job, but really instilling in them a value for making a difference by serving others and serving Christ. So thank you so much, and thank you again, Senator Birdwell, for bringing the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. There are some great things happening in the heart of Texas, so thank you, Baylor. Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Senator Kokoris, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in light of tomorrow being a longer day, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services can meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, April 19th, in the Senate chamber. Members, this is a time change from the originally posted time of 8:30. I ask to suspend these rules in order that we meet at 8 a.m., starting at 8 a.m. Mr. President, members, if there are no questions, I move suspension.
You've heard the motion. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion's approved.
Mr. President.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 434 by Birdwell, commending the Baylor University's Bob Bullock Scholars Program.
The chair recognizes Senator Birdwell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's my privilege to recognize the Bob Bullock Scholars Program and the students participating in this unique program this legislative session. The Bullock Scholars Program was established and named after in 2000 and named after former Lieutenant Governor Bob Bullock. The students participating come to Austin and serve during the legislative session where they gain a valuable experience regarding the legislative process and policymaking decisions, and they each assist an elected official and are able to better understand all that goes on into passing law in the state capitol. The director of the program is Dr. Patrick Flavin. Dr. Flavin, if you would, please stand. And then also in the gallery are the 10 Bullock Scholars that are currently serving in this, with members of the legislature. I'd ask each of you to stand as I recognize and call your name. Allie Barnett, serving in my office. Caden Betancourt, serving with Representative Leach. Michaela Castro, serving with Senator Middleton. Hayden Cottrell, serving with Representative Gonzalez. Paige Hafer, serving with Senator West. Audrey Law, serving with Representative Wu. Annabelle Snyder, serving with Senator Nichols. And Gabe Solano, serving with Senator Creighton. And Rain Trahan, serving with Representative Turner, and Morny Walmerins, serving with Senator Springer. I've gotten to know these students over time and here at the Capitol, and my fellow elected officials and I have truly appreciated your efforts and in our offices and all the work that you do. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer any of the other senators I would yield if they wish to speak. I move adoption. Mr. President.
Senator Nichols, for what purpose?
Well, I've got one of the Baylor Bears.
Well, stick them.
All right, thank you. I do support, I appreciate you bringing the resolution. Annabelle Snyder, wave your arm. Hey, there you are from Montgomery, Texas, works in our transportation office. We appreciate your work very much. You've done a great job. So it's good to have another Baylor Bear in the house. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator Nichols. Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 2018.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rules of bills be heard on 3 several days. Nope.
Suspension of the regular order of business, Senator Flores.
I move to suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 2018. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third and final reading committee substitute Senate Bill 2018. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2018 relating to prohibitions on camping in a public place.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To speak on the bill, sir.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the zeal, Senator, not only yours and of this entire chamber, to address the issues that our entire state is having with housing as well as with crisis mental health care in our state. The state does not contribute any general fund toward the creation of housing, low-income housing. And while the state has contributed about $4.4 billion of suggested investment in this current budget cycle to address our acute mental health crisis, the fact of it is our emergency rooms, our jails, our county jails, and our streets are the only places where these people can lie down. So we must find a solution together. And my concern with this bill is, rather than building stronger partnership with our locals to address this problem that exists throughout the state, we are going to punish them and take precious resources away from their attempts to address it, while the state slowly moves toward major infrastructure investment to assist. So I will be voting no on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
To unexpectedly speak on this bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I was just inspired by my colleague and friend, Senator Eckhart. The problem of homelessness is a very real problem in this state and in this nation. And it's a problem that we need to take very seriously. And I agree with you wholeheartedly, Senator Eckhart, that this is only a very small way to really address it without addressing it. It is not a solution, but it addresses a part of the problem. And I am blessed to represent a city that has not only the city has invested, the county has invested, but the citizens of our community have invested. Private sector has invested $80 million of the $120 million that the Haven for Hope campus has cost. On any given night, thousands of people have a safe, secure place to sleep. Women, children, men. And it's in different communities. Like people that have been sleeping outside for a long time are reluctant sometimes to go into a confined space, and they have an open courtyard that's safe, secure. Used to be at the beginning, they didn't have pets. You couldn't take your pets. Now they have kennels to bring your pets because that's the only companion that some of these folks have. I know for a fact that there are people in and around this building who are trying to work on a statewide solution to homelessness. And we need to have a very real investment and solution on it. We would be the leaders in the nation, and that would be something I'd be very proud if we were the leaders in the nation on. I'm going to be voting for this bill because I know that sleeping sometimes in public places is not the safest place for people to sleep. And so what I would like to see us do is try to help people who sometimes, due to a myriad of reasons, it could be alcohol, drug dependency, or others, mental health, may not realize where the safest place is to be. And so I think by the same token, coming from a city like San Antonio, where the other night we were into the evening dark, we saw women, families walking in every part of downtown San Antonio safely, freely, and I want that for every city. I want to make sure that every city in our state feels that they have the capacity to have every part of their city be safe, and that people who, through no fault of their own, have nowhere else to sleep, have a place to sleep. But more importantly, that we can help them transition to independent living. And that's the biggest part of the miracle of Haven for Hope, that we have transitioned thousands of people from being homeless to being independent living, and people who live on their own and they're taxpayers and they give back to the community, and they're the biggest advocates. So I respect you so much, as you know, and I respect your rights and your statement and why you're going to vote. But I felt like we had to talk about the other side. And so, Senator Flores, I know that you also want us to address the issue of homelessness, and that you're not doing this out of a mean place, but out of a place that we have to try to help make things better. So I hope that we can make a commitment to each other that we'll address homelessness in a very real matter, and that this is only a part of the solution. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Flores moves final passage on committee substitute Senate Bill 2018. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, Senate Bill 2018 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1232.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1232. Members, yesterday I explained to you about the 10-year Unified Transportation Plan that TxDOT has for planning all the highway contracts. 10 years ago in 2014 and 2015, we passed Proposition 1 and Proposition 7. Those are the major new funding streams for TxDOT. Yesterday, we extended Prop 7 by 10 years. This bill basically extends Prop 1 by 8 years. If we do not do this session, the UTP they put together this summer will have 2 years of revenue missing. With that, I again suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1232.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1232. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair now lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1232. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1232, relating the determination of the sufficient balance of the Economic Stabilization Fund for the purpose of allocating general revenue to that fund and the State Highway Fund.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1232.
Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1232 is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. Chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1232. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1232, relating to the determination of the sufficient balance of the Economic Stabilization Fund.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized on final passage of Senate Bill 1232.
Move final passage of Senate Bill 1232.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of Senate Bill 1232. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1232 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Springer, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1807.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1807. Election law, rules, and procedures should be consistent across the state. And in the 87th legislature, we prohibited any elected or election official from altering election laws. Yet election laws are still being altered by these officials. The bill amends the election code to require the Secretary of State to order public officials or elected officials to correct their election violations through written notice, and a cease of action for those violations can be done. The result can result for $1,000 a day and increases to $5,000 a day after day 7, and the Attorney General is given the ability to recover those civil penalties. With that, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Springer moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1807. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1807. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1807 relating to the unlawful altering of election procedures.
Senator Springer, you recognized for a motion.
I move passage of Senate Bill 1807 to engrossment.
Senator Springer moves passage of Senate Bill 1807 to engrossment.
That's my motion.
We heard it. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, Senate Bill 1807 is passed to engrossment. We'll hold right there.
Thank you.
Senator Parker. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 926.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 926. 926 seeks to reinstate the ability of the Texas Motor Speedway to apply for temporary beer and wine permits and allow patrons to bring in alcohol in their personal coolers. As many of you know, during the 79th regular session in 2005, SB 1331 granted the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission the ability to issue up to 4 temporary wine and beer retailers permits per year to the Texas Motor Speedway in Denton County. This legislation was critical for the Speedway, which hosts major NASCAR races and other significant events in the community. The Speedway holds a mixed beverage permit to sell alcohol, but prior to 2005, they were unable to sell alcohol in the general seating and common areas. However, during the 86th regular session in 2019, the TABC was undergoing sunset review, the process that resulted in the consolidation of many alcohol permits. But unfortunately, the specific language granting temporary permits for the Speedway was not included in another section of code, leading to its repeal. Senate Bill 926 will put the original statute back in the law, allowing the Texas Motor Speedway to apply for the temporary 4-day beer and wine permits and allow patrons to bring in alcohol in their personal coolers. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 926. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 926. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 926 relating to certain temporary sales by mixed beverage permit holder.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move it to engrossment.
Senator Parker moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 926 passed to engrossment. Senator Parker, you are now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 926. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 926 relating to certain temporary sales by a mixed beverage permit holder.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Parker moves final passage of Senate Bill 926. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 926 finally passed. Senator Hughes, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1600.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1600, the bill we discussed yesterday that will allow Texans to be able to verify citizenship upon registration to vote. I think we all agree, hope we all agree, that only U.S. citizens get to vote in U.S. elections. This bill is to ensure that, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 1600. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1600. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1600 relating to a person submitting proof of citizenship to verify eligibility to vote in Texas.
Senator Hughes, you recognize for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage on Senate Bill 1600. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, Senate Bill 1600 finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator West. Senator West, you recognize for motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 526.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, at this time, I'd move to suspend the Senate regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 526. This bill is being done in advance of the Pell Grant program becoming fully available to inmates in our prison system. The Pell Grant program, after a long absence, will begin flowing to inmates of our correctional institutions again this summer, thanks to actions by the federal government. Although the federal rules have robust guardrails working with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, there's one more layer which we believe we'll need to provide these necessary protections for Texas. That this bill does it. Requiring the approval will ensure, and that approval is the Texas Education Coordinating Board. Requiring the approval of them for this particular program will make it applicable and move smoothly through the process. This is suspended.
Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 526. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair now lays out on second reading Senate Bill 526. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill Committee Substitute Senate Bill 526 relating to requiring prior approval by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to offer a degree or certificate program to certain persons who are incarcerated.
Senator West, you recognize for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 526 passed to engrossment. Senator West, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Don't move.
Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 526. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 526 relating to requiring prior approval by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to offer a degree or certificate program to certain persons who are incarcerated.
Senator West, you recognized for a motion.
For final passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 526.
Senator West moves final passage Senate Bill 526. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 526 is finally passed. Thank you, Senator West. Senator West, you're going back to back. Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 553.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this time, I'd move to suspend the Senate regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 553. This bill is designed to address issues relating to the dedication of state buildings. As you're aware, yesterday we had the dedication of the Barbara Jordan State Office Building. This was only possible because of private funds were raised to pay for the dedication. Members of the dedication of the George Bush State Building is currently on hold pending passage of this legislation. This is because Senate Bill 553 will allow the Texas Facilities Commission to spend up to $10,000 on the dedication ceremonies for state buildings. For perspective, yesterday's ceremony cost approximately $14,000. Move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator West moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 553. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 553. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 553 relating to dedication ceremonies for new state buildings.
Senator West, you recognized for a motion.
For passage to engrossment.
Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Senate Bill 553. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 553 is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you are now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule on Senate Bill 553. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 553. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 553 relating to dedication ceremonies for new state buildings.
Senator West, you recognized for a motion.
Move final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 553.
Senator West moves final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 553. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 553 is finally passed.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1243.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1243. Members, as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Congress provided over $65 billion for connectivity infrastructure with $45 billion for broadband deployment across the United States. This builds off the $17 billion previously provided for broadband deployment under the American Rescue Plan. Without legislation, taxpayers receiving grants under these programs will owe franchise tax on the grants received and used to expand broadband access across Texas. There is currently no exception provided in Texas law to exclude this grant revenue from the franchise tax calculation. Taxpayers who receive broadband deployment grants must therefore include the grants in total revenue for franchise tax reporting purposes. To further encourage broadband deployment in Texas, Senate Bill 1243 excludes from total revenue the grants received for broadband deployment in Texas. The bill also specifically allows qualified expenses paid with the grant proceeds to be included in the determination of cost of goods sold or compensation for purposes of the franchise tax. Exempting revenue received from IIJA grants from the franchise tax will encourage investment in broadband development, furthering the state's mission to expand broadband across the state of Texas. I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, rule suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1243. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1243, relating to the franchise tax treatment of certain broadband grants.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment
Any
of SB.
objection? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1243. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1243, relating to the franchise tax treatment of certain broadband grants.
You're recognized on final.
Move final passage of SB 1243.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
30
Birdwell.
ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hoffman, when you get a moment, just no hurry. Senator Paxton, committee substitute for Senate Bill 1445, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1445. Members, this is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Sunset Bill. The Sunset Advisory Commission reviewed the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, or TCOL, during the 2020-2021 biennium, but the bills which contained the sunset recommendations failed to pass the last regular legislative session. In order to continue the functions of TCOL, the agency was placed into the Sunset Scheduling Bill last session, which directed Sunset to conduct a limited scope review of TCOL for the 2022-2023 biennium. So here we are today with Senate Bill 1445. TCOL is subject to abolishment as a state agency under the Sunset Act on September 1st, 2023, unless the agency is continued by the legislature. In general, the Sunset Advisory Commission found Texas' approach to law enforcement needs more consistency in local standards, improved transparency and communication among law enforcement agencies, and a continued commitment to training officers. The Sunset Advisory Commission decided that there is a need to continue TCOL as an agency tasked with licensing law enforcement officers. Members, the policy goals with this Sunset Bill are to continue to raise performance and standards for law enforcement agencies and peace officers across this great state, and as a result, to improve public confidence in our law enforcement operations as a whole. Included within this bill are 2 new model policies to be promulgated and adopted by TCOL, which then LEAs must adopt either the model policy or a substantially similar one. The first is the Fit for Duty standard. This will require TCOL, working with an advisory committee, to develop a model policy for Fit for Duty for medical and psychological exams. Local law enforcement agencies will be required to adopt a substantially similar policy. Due process is built into the policy and licensee records process. Secondly, officer misconduct investigations. This will require TCOL to promulgate a model policy regarding officer misconduct investigations, including timelines for administratively completing the investigation and due process for the officers. These misconduct records will be transmitted from the LEA to TCOL as part of the licensee files and must be reviewed by an LEA as part of the pre-employment process. Local law enforcement agencies will be required to adopt a substantially similar policy. This bill builds upon and complements the excellent work in Senate Bill 24 passed by Senator Huffman last session as part of the pre-employment process for law enforcement agencies. My staff has distributed to your offices a number of documents to show very clearly this pre-employment process and what additional information is added into files available for review. Additionally, this bill sets up model policies for law enforcement agencies to raise their personnel standards. This is consistent with the great work Senator King is doing this session with accreditation of law enforcement agencies. Members, I am so thankful for your input and for the hours and hours of goodwill and collaboration with stakeholders that have come together in the bill that's before you today to raise law enforcement standards and professionalism at the agency, department, and officer levels. I move to suspend the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1445.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rule suspended. Chair lays out. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1445. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1445, relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
Members, there's an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Perry.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we had a significant reform of TCO, and I think the Sunset Committee did a good job in doing that. That said, in history, I came from a perspective that we've asked for reforms in the past only to find out 12 years later or after an event they were not implemented. So specifically, this amendment changes it from a 12-year to an 8-year review process. If I had pushed, I had wanted 2 years to make sure that they're accounting to us because they are significant. This is the organization that makes the decision to keep a good cop and bad cop in the system. The Sunset Committee has approved them for 12 years. I want an update. 8 years is what the amendment changes that to, as well as I would encourage those that are listening with TCOL today, you owe it to your legislature, specifically Sunset Committee, to respond and reflect and give an answer to where they're at and what our reforms look like. So I just want them to know we're watching and paying attention. I think the leadership understands that. I am pleased to say that there are good people at TCOL that I think got the message, but I just trust but verify 8 years is what the amendment does instead of a 12-year review.
Senator Paxton?
Yes, Mr. President, and Senator Perry, I appreciate you bringing this amendment to me. It's also worth noting that the Sunset Commission will be doing a compliance check for statutory compliance that they will bring to us next session, and also that Sal will be doing a management audit, and we'll also get that information. To your point of accountability and keeping a close eye on things, but the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1445. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1445 relating the continuation and functions of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Sunset Commission has taken so much time working through TCOL as an agency over the last 3 years, and on behalf of my joint authors, the Sunset Commission, and my staff, I move final passage of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1445.
And thank you, Senator, for your work on this. I served on Sunset for 2 years, and it's a very important committee, and the people put a lot of work in the interim and during session, so thank you. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for your support.
Senator Betancourt, recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1750.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1750 is in response to Harris County being
too big, not too big to fail, but because they have on elections, but too big to ignore. Shortly after the November election, the Harris County leadership of the Commissioners Court and changed their operations of elections from a county clerk and tax assessor style that had worked successfully for 150 years to the Office of Election Administrator. Their first election administrator was appointed with less than 5 months of experience in a problem of record proportions in the primary. She had told a judge earlier in the week after the election results were in that she had counted every single ballot and had then found 10,000 more after the ballots were theoretically counted and released the information after the nightly newscasts on Saturday. So we ended up with a firestorm of both political parties, election judges going to Commissioners Court and demanding a resignation, which occurred. Since then, another election administrator has been appointed, but we've had probably the worst election fiasco of any major urban county certainly that I'm aware of in the country, much less in Texas, where we had 121 election polls undersupplied by ballot paper, even though there was 4 million ballot sheets in the warehouse. The current election administrator could not either get those ballots to the polls, nor were they willing or able to do it. And now, as a result, there are 21 election contests in Harris County, which is a record number, much less for one county. At this point, I sent out a survey request to all the major election EAs in the state saying if they had similar problems. We received many different responses back, but they were all in the negative, that they didn't have problems of this magnitude. And so the bill was bracketed down to Harris County only. In the testimony, and I want to thank Senator Hughes for the testimony in the Elections Committee, in the State Affairs Committee on these elections matter. Both the local Republican Party, as well as many others, and the state Republican Party testified for this bill, giving back the elections to existing elected officials, a county clerk and a tax assessor that happen to be Democrats. So to show you what the magnitude of this problem is, the local Republican Party and the state party are testifying in favor of giving elections back to elected officials that are of another party. So it is of that extreme example of problems with performance that should unite everyone on this bill to get the competence back into this election area, get the accountability back into this election area, take politics out of this election administration and put it back for performance. And I want to say that I had the opportunity to serve with a fantastic county clerk. Her name was Beverly Kaufman, and since then many people have served in this job, both Republicans and Democrats. And Mr. President, I have never seen such a poor performance of any elections operation in the country, because there's simply never been an election outfit in the country that couldn't or wouldn't get 100 some odd polls supplied correctly with paper ballots for an election. We simply can't have elections where government says come vote and then refuse to give the voters the ballot paper they need. That is real voter suppression, and that's what happened in Harris County. And with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business on the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1750.
Any objection? Hearing Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
Sorry, it was a red and green light Christmas tree there. 20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1750. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1750 relating to abolishing the county elections administrator position in certain counties.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of engrossment of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1750.
Yes, Senator West.
Question of the author before we go to engrossment.
She had not started calling the roll, so it's acceptable. Do you yield? Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
Okay.
Just a quick question. This is a Harris County only bill?
This is a Harris County only bill. It's bracketed for $3.5 million.
All right, thank you.
Did you ask that question because you think one of these passed before?
I could use your vote, Senator.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill passes engrossment. We'll hold you there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Betancourt, with a little help from your friends, committee substitute for Senate Bill 1750, you're recognized. Suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
That's right. I'm glad we got
And they said you didn't have any.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad we got some chuckles out of the audience on that one. Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider the committee substitute.
No.
Oh, that's right. We're still on
Constitutional 3-day rule.
Let's see, where are we at? Oh,
Constitutional
I moved to, Mr. President, I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1750. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1750, relating to abolishing the county elections administrator position in certain counties.
You are recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1750.
Your friends will desert you at this moment, but you have a few less votes.
They're there when we need them.
Short-term friends.
That's right.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Alvarado, for your help. Thank you to your neighbor there.
It's just a thank you for that quick suspension, because the folks in Harris County, I think, will like that bill, all of them.
Senator Middleton, this is the third reading from yesterday. You're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 177.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 177.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair now lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 177. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 177, relating to informed consent before provision of certain medical treatments.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage for committee substitute Senate Bill 177, the COVID Vaccine Freedom Act.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes and 11 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you. Senator Miles, you have a guest over there? Welcome to the Senate. He was very good, Mom. He only took one piece of candy. Senator Hughes, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1269.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1269. It has to do with the process for termination of parental rights, the death penalty in this type of case. It's obviously a big deal. Fundamental rights of parents, of course, have to be protected as much as possible. Senate Bill 1269 adds some protections for statements that a parent makes during the course of voluntary or court-ordered substance abuse evaluations, treatment, psychological exams or therapy, and counseling sessions. This is necessary because often a parent will refrain from divulging information necessary for treatment out of fear of a statement being used against them and ultimately losing their child. The department often requires parents to admit wrongdoing, which causes a severe conflict and interferes with the parent's constitutional rights and the goal of real treatment. The bill also prevents the statement of a confidential reporter from being admitted into evidence unless such statement can be independently corroborated by another source. Out-of-court statements that can't be corroborated are hearsay and highly prejudicial against the parent without any evidence to back it up. And finally, the bill would require CPS to hand over all evidence, even exculpatory evidence, 7 days before the adversary hearing. This is important to make sure parents have proper notice of all information that could be used against them. That's what the bill does, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules suspended. Chair lays on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1269. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1269, relating to admissibility and disclosure of certain evidence in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. You're recognized on constitutional 3-day rule suspension.
Move suspension of the 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1269. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1269, relating to admissibility and disclosure of certain evidence in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
You're recognized on final.
Mr. President, I move final passage.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Bettencourt.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 220.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The committee substitute Senate Bill 220 is a bill that we have passed before in the Senate. It basically embeds a DPS investigator into the Secretary of State as, quote, election marshal. All too often violations of the election code occur, they're not addressed. We've had thousands of irregularities in the state's largest county currently under investigation because a Democrat district attorney and a Republican governor both asked for the Texas Rangers to come down and investigate what happened on November the 8th, which could be best described as an election fiasco due to the fact that thousands of voters were turned away from polls because the election administrator either was unwilling or unable to get 4 million sheets of ballot paper out of the warehouse to the polls. So the bill, as we've passed before, just requires DPS provide election law educated law enforcement personnel to address violations immediately. Secretary of State will appoint election marshals who will then identify election marshals within the 7 DPS regions. As notifications are reported, SOS will review and request the election marshals to dispatch investigators. Besides the investigation point of it, there's 11 judicial regions that have administrative judges that will appoint judges to be available during the 45 days prior to Election Day to hear complaints electronically. These judges will be trained on election law issues prior to their nomination. And additionally, election code specifically gives the SOS authority to enforce against abuses of voting rights. The authority to enforce violations of the election code has been not as clear, but the committee substitute for Senate Bill 220 would clearly state that. And be happy to answer any questions. Move suspension of regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 220.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Have a little chit chat with the author of this bill.
Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
I yield for chit and chat.
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Betancourt. Seems to be a Harris County bill, so let's get to talking about Harris County, Senator Betancourt.
Be happy to. The last bill did a really good job of fixing Harris County.
Oh, you got by on me on that last one. I had to take a phone call in the back, so I'll let you make it on that one. But this bill seems to create an entity, an entire entity with new police force in the state that's sole purpose of that is to focus on elections. Other states have done something similar in recent years. Were you aware of that? Is that where you got the idea?
They're not doing it the way we're doing it because we're doing it right here in Texas.
Okay. Well, it seems to be that we're certainly, once again, following Florida because Florida passed a law that was similar to this bill last year. Did you know how that went?
I know they followed a law, but this bill was actually filed in the 2021 legislative session, well ahead of Florida's bill. It's been the same outline for 2 years, so no, we're not following the Florida example.
Well, they filed one a couple of years ago, and it created an entity called the Florida Office of Election Crimes and Security. Did you know that?
No, I really didn't know what they called it.
That's what they called it. And did you know that this Florida law has resulted in more black people being disproportionately arrested and prosecuted? Bet you didn't know that either, right?
Senator, I'll have to take your word for it because I am not advised.
In fact, let me give you some numbers. In fact, the first 19 arrests under this Florida new law, 15 out of the 19 were black. That's about 79%. Bet you didn't know that, did you?
Again, Senator, I'm taking your word for it because I have not studied the Florida law.
I wouldn't steer you wrong. Brother B, you know I wouldn't steer you wrong. Okay? Now that I've brought this to your attention, though, does the racially discrimination impact of this similar law in Florida, does it raise any concern for you here in Texas? Are you concerned about it?
No.
Why?
And here's why.
Why not? Tell me why not.
Because this is about performance. The last bill that we just passed was about performance, where this is a position that is inquiring into election officials' duties and capabilities about running an election. And it's, specific that the election marshals here really have three different powers. The first is to look at a situation and try to resolve it effectively. The second one is to begin an investigation if they need to. And the third one is to file charges. But this is specific to problems that we have with election administration. And that's why I started that bill process 2 years ago, because Harris County wasn't following the law, and it's now continued and accelerated.
So, if I heard you correctly, Senator Bettencourt, you know nothing about the racial discrimination impact that this bill had in Florida, but you decided to bring this similar legislation right here to Texas without knowing anything about this other law in Texas, in Florida. Is that right?
To be precise, Senator Miles, and I'd like you to make sure you see me when I say this.
We don't have to get formal now. We're just
I just want.
You knew we were going to have this.
I know you're asking questions.
So
I want to make sure.
Let's not get formal, because you knew we were going to have this.
I know, right? But I just want to make sure on the record. Okay, this bill was originally filed and passed in 2021, and we had the right mix here of we're using existing personnel that can be trained up from testimony. Those would be investigators. We provide a rocket docket to resolve election issues. This is all about the performance of the election system, and therefore we've had the right idea before Florida. We have the right idea now, and that's why we're proceeding, to bring the bill. At least I am, because I know it's the right idea for Texas.
It's the right idea. So if you thought it was the right idea, tell me you took some kind of steps, some kind of precautions to make sure people aren't targeted for prosecution, especially people of color aren't targeted for prosecution because of their race under this bill. You took some precautions. You did something special, didn't you? Just a yes or no work.
No, I'm going to give an answer, okay, Senator Miles, because it's important. This is a absolutely race-blind piece of legislation. And the reason why
it wasn't race-blind in Florida.
Like the voter roll in Texas is race-blind. It does not maintain any type of ethnicity on any voting roll by a governmental authority. Now, again, what this does is set up election marshals and a rocket docket to resolve election pursuits. When you see the Lady of Justice and the scales, she is literally with a blindfold because justice is supposed to be blind. And when we're investigating election officials about their conduct, it is only about the performance and their adherence to the law that makes a difference.
Senator Bettencourt, this reminds me of my healthy debate I had with my brother Creighton when, for some reason, you think we live in a perfect world, and we don't live in a perfect world. And I think if I'm hearing you correctly now, you're saying that this bill does not include any protection to prevent racial discrimination outcome like what we're seeing in Florida, and this bill doesn't do anything to prevent what's happening in Florida from happening here.
Senator Miles,
because you think we live in a perfect world.
Okay, Senator Miles, all of the existing law that prevents racial discrimination is absolutely intact and is not even contemplated any changes in this bill. Whatever happens in Florida is Florida's business, but you already touched on a very important point. Okay,
I'm listening.
Which is, if there's a problem, we need to go fix it. And the problem right now is we've got, at least in Harris County, demonstrative evidence, actually, that the election officials have been following the laws for at least 2 election cycles. That's why the bill passed in 21. That's why I hope it will pass in 23.
And if I base it on this, it's only happening in black communities.
Senator Miles.
History speaks for itself, Senator Bettencourt.
No, Senator Miles.
History speaks for you. Remember my good friend?
Yes, Senator Miles, I can speak from experience.
Because he thought he could vote,
Senator Miles,
found out he couldn't vote.
Senator Miles, I can speak from experience as a voter registrar. I registered everyone anywhere in that county, regardless of who they look, what they look like, who they slept with, and where they live.
The data from Florida speaks for itself. The data
This is not
from
the
Florida speaks for itself.
Senator Miles.
What's going to make Texas data in Houston? Just answer one question. What's going to make Florida's data, Texas's data, any different from Florida?
Senator Miles, this is not Florida. Senator Miles, this is not the Florida law. Senator Miles, this bill was passed 2 years ago before the Florida law was even contemplated. Senator Miles, this bill is focused on election administration and what happens in the conduct of elections. It's clearly obvious. We give the election marshals 3 specific duties to conform to. We set up a judicial rocket docket by 11 administrators so that we have judges that are trained to handle this. Here's the most important point. A Democrat DA in Harris County asked for the Texas Rangers to investigate the election. The Republican governor asked the Texas Rangers to investigate the election. That's as bipartisan of an investigation that you can get, because they were looking at what happened. That's the key thing. Why was there a problem? And restoring the integrity of elections in the nation's 3rd largest county is paramount.
Election administration, that's what you're focusing on, right? But in all honesty, we're setting up a law enforcement agency for election administration. Could you give me that one?
We're embedding.
It's a law enforcement agency.
We're embedding election marshals that are DPS probably investigators in the Secretary of State, because that's exactly what a bipartisan group of people, the DA in Harris County and the governor of the state of Texas, asked to go investigate the last election.
So we're embedding an investigative team, correct?
Sure.
We're embedding somebody who could enforce the law. Am I correct?
Yes, this is someone that can enforce the law.
Okay. And this is somebody who also can run the risk, Senator Bettencourt, of intimidating black people. History shows over the years, civil rights history has shown when it comes to voting and it comes to civil rights, and people of my color, my race, have been intimidated by law enforcement, and this is going to happen the same way it happened in the past, because we do not live in a perfect world, Senator Bettencourt. I know you wish we did, I wish we did, but we don't. And especially when you start looking for discriminatory things that resulted in Florida, that I don't think you quite understand the risk of intimidation might be even greater for blacks and Latinos.
Senator,
with this new law enforcement agency.
Senator,
that you're calling an elections administrator, but it's a law enforcement agency.
Okay, first off, let's try to unpack all that. I was the first Republican elected voter registrar, tax assessor in Harris County's history.
I know, but I know all your good history.
Because you've said a lot of things.
I know all your good history.
Right, you said a lot of things.
I grew up watching you.
So when I got the job, the reason why the tax assessor was the voter registrar was because they used to collect the poll tax until it was outlawed by civil rights legislation. The people that collected the poll tax in Texas were not Republicans, they were Democrats, because my elected predecessor did. Now, that was an abhorrent policy, and fortunately, it's in the dustbin of history. Now, this bill contemplates the fact that if there are election issues, we should be solving them as quickly as possible by bringing in trained people to investigate. Because remember, the first power of this marshal is not to even investigate, not even to write a charge. It's just to go find out and say, here's what the law says, please follow it. The judges in this are 11 judicial areas where they could be trained a judge on what is the appropriate manner of conducting an election hearing. Unlike the one that occurred in Harris County, which became an ex parte hearing of one party because the judge turned off the Zoom link and the other party couldn't even get access to it. So we're fixing performance issues in the system. That's it. We're not doing anything else.
No, you're doing a little bit more than fixing some performance issues. But let's move on. Let's move on. So if I understand this right, under SB 220, if a lawsuit is brought against a local election official, here we go again, any judge from that area where the local election official serves will be disqualified from hearing the case. So now we're getting ready to courtroom shop and jury shop too, huh? I mean, so we're not going to even be able to, members, colleagues, you're not going to even be able to hold a trial of your peers. They're going to shop where county they want to take you to.
Senator Miles, let me
Am I reading
read
this right? Tell me if I could be reading it wrong, so tell me if I am.
I would like to read the clause to you because this is exactly what's happening with the 21 election contests in Harris County. Judge Peoples, who is presiding over those races, he's from San Antonio. There's a tremendous tradition of getting visiting judges to hear election disputes because many times the people hearing the dispute have been on the ballot or just about ready to be on the ballot or were on the ballot. Now, specifically, what it says, the judge of a district or county court with jurisdiction over any geographic area served by an election official who is a party to a proceeding for injunctive relief under the subchapter is disqualified to preside over that proceeding unless the election official serves, statewide. Now, we've set up already by this point of time in the bill, there's 11 administrative judges who have picked people in advance, 45 days in advance, to hear these election concerns so that it's done in a manner of the best trained and up-to-date judiciary we can find.
Okay, so your explanation is that we're going to pick 11 people beforehand and we're going to use those 11 people. Is that correct?
Right.
Is that correct?
The 11 administrative judges will select those individuals and team. Okay. And those 11 administrators select a lot of different judicial cases for specific population by individual judges in their area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, those 11 people will not be from the same county, or they will be from the same county. From the county for which
by definition, they're in different regions, so they have to be in different
regions.
Right.
So I'm correct to say that we are going to be moving the cases out of where they normally should be held. Not only are we moving them out, they're going to be considered by people who we don't even know. Is that correct? So none of this consideration will be in their home court, in their home county. Yes or no?
No, what the 11 judges will do is pick the specific judge where they have the court case. Obviously, is a different issue.
In that particular judge's
right.
county. So we're going to be moving them out.
No, it could be.
Senator Whitmire, we're going to be moving them out.
No, Senator Miles, it could easily be that the presiding judge in the region of the Houston area, just like the two appellate courts are, is going to have that specific, hearing in Houston. This is also available electronically, and it's just like Judge Peoples right now. He comes from San Antonio, and he's doing the 21 election contest. He's not from that area. That is the correct and established method of judiciary review of election cases, is to get anybody out that has any conflict out of that specific county and replace it by a visiting judge.
I hear what you're saying. So you're saying instead of using a local judge for the hearing, the case will be heard in a judge from a different part of Texas, an administrative judicial region. That's what's in the bill.
But it's
am I right?
Yes, but it's
that's the words. That's the writing that's in the bill. Am I correct?
That's how it's
tempting
to answer. If I could answer.
Well, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
So I already know the answer.
All right. Each of the regions will have someone designated by the administrative judge, yes, but it will be region by region. It won't be a region in the Gulf Coast, hearing a case from the Panhandle, or someone from the Valley hearing a case that's in East Texas.
So, for example, let me give you an example to make sure I'm right. Wharton County and Harris County are both in Administrative Judicial Region 11. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So if an election case arises in Wharton County dealing with Wharton County election officials, that case could end up being heard by a judge from Houston. Is that right?
It's whoever the administrative judge
selects. Is that correct? Because they're in the same region.
It could be anywhere.
That's right.
It could be anywhere.
That's what I thought. They're going to be doing some.
Could be anywhere in that region.
We're going to be doing some judge and some courtroom shopping. Now I understand. I know you're from Harris County, Senator Betancourt. But as much justifiable home pride as you have, because I know you've got pride in Houston. I know you love your city. I know you love your county. You served in public office for some time now. Do you really want to take... I don't believe a judge who lives in Wharton County is entirely capable of hearing a case arising out of your own county.
Well, you're presupposing the election administrator is picking a judge from Wharton County. What the election administrator, the judicial administrator of the 11 regions, what I'm hoping they're going to do is pick the most well-qualified person, provide them the best training and support so they could hear these cases, sometimes on a rocket docket basis down to an hour, if that's what it takes, to be able to make the appropriate decision. We need to have the best selected a judicial person, but we're giving that duty to the regional administrators because they have the best knowledge of the judges in their area.
That's called courtroom shopping and jury shopping.
It's not shopping.
But let me finish. I'm done. I'm about to.
Disagree.
I'm about to give you your stage back.
Okay. Shopping
why
requires
wouldn't
you to be able to go from
let me ask you
jurisdiction
this
to
question.
Members, one member speaks, then the other. Please do not step
Thank
on
you,
each
Mr.
other.
President. I agree.
Senator Miles, you're recognized to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this last part, I just want you to explain this to all of our rural members. Because the way you've got this designed, you won't take Harris County out to no rural districts. So is it that you don't trust any rural districts out there? You don't trust any judges in the rural districts? Because Harris County will never get to rural Texas based on the way you've got this written. So tell your rural colleagues how you feel about their rural judges.
Senator Miles, this allows the 11 regions to have their administrative judges appoint judges, plural, to be available 45 days before Election Day through Election Day to hear complaints electronically. The judges will be trained on election law issues prior to their nomination. This is not election shopping. This is not, judicial shopping. This is the election administrators preparing the judiciary with training to do the right thing, which is to hear cases and decide them based on election law. That's what this does.
I heard what you just said, but we won't be seeing it in the rural judges. And based on the history of Florida in this same exact bill, it looks like there's going to be some racial discrimination and intimidation going on. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for allowing us to have this lively debate. And I will not be voted on this, Senator Betancourt. I think it is another attempt of voter intimidation and suppression in Harris County. And it's racist.
Is that a question?
Senator Betancourt, did you wish to respond?
I do. It's not an attempt at voter suppression. What we saw in the general election is the first documented case of voter suppression, without a doubt, when thousands of people were turned away from a poll because an election administrator either couldn't or wouldn't get millions of ballot sheets out of their warehouse to the polls for voters of all parties, because all parties were turned away. There's not like in a general election partisan polls. They're polls near where people live. And that is the definition of voter suppression. There is no voter suppression designated here. In fact, these marshals would be, I hope, designed to be able to go to a place like Harris County that was making a mistake. And the first thing they do, Senator Miles, is walk in and say, please follow the law. Get the ballot paper out of the warehouse to the polls. Because that election administrator failed miserably. Failed by any measurement I understand. By any possible measurement, he failed miserably. So that's what that marshal does, is walk in and say, would you please follow the law? That is not voter suppression. It is not voter intimidation. In fact, it's the reverse. It's trying to make sure people aren't suppressed and intimidated, to make sure that they have ballot paper at the polls so they can exercise their constitutional duty, which is paramount to keeping this democracy together. And what we had in election administration failure, not just once, twice, the primary, the general election, we just voted to strip that election administrator job out because the people that are in the job can't do the job. This is not about politics. It's not about suppression. It's not about intimidation. It's none of these things. It's about making sure the law is followed so people's votes can be counted and they're not suppressed and they're not intimidated and they're not turned away from the polls. I mean, think about it. The nation's third largest county is the first county in America that had over 100 polls that were undersupplied by ballot paper. It's never happened in the country. We're the size of the 26th state where we live. And it's never happened before. That's voter intimidation. That's voter suppression. This bill is the sunshine to stop it. The transparency to stop it.
Senator Bettencourt.
And that's a long answer, but I passionately believe it is.
Senator Bettencourt. Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield, Senator Bettencourt? You're recognized, Senator Alvarado.
Okay. Wow. Creating an election police force, election marshals. Isn't this a bit overreaching? You're talking about the ballot paper issue. I mean, that's like taking a sledgehammer to swat a fly. That person that you're referring to isn't even in that position anymore. That person's been removed.
With due respect, Clifford Tatum is still the elections administrator of Harris County.
I'm talking about the previous one.
Okay, well, there's been two of them, and you're right. The first election administrator was resigned after a firestorm of complaints by presiding judges of both political parties at a commissioner's court because she lied to a court and said that there were 10,000 votes that were counted. And then after she found out she was wrong, she released a press release at 10:30 at night on a Saturday night saying, oops, we found them. And it was presiding judges of both parties that said they had enough. That's why the first election administrator is not there. But Clifford Tatum is in his job. And there are 21 election contests as a result, because we've never had a major county in America ever undersupplied ballots like this, ever, to my knowledge. And that's why we have a bill like this. And this bill is 2 years old because I was worried about these problems back in 2021, much less the fact that they've literally been amplified by a factor of 100 this year.
Okay, I think there's been a lot of overreach here with election bills. I mean, we've had 23 bills filed by your side of the aisle that have passed on elections. And there are more, 9 or 10 on the intent calendar today. I don't know how y'all keep coming up with more ideas to tackle elections. And we know what this is about. It's about Harris County. But you have a commissioner's court. You were a local elected official. Did you like the state coming down heavy-handed and telling you what to do?
Senator, my first job in regards to the state was actually I was a state election inspector that went to look at Anita Rodeheaver's operation. And I think my report's still on file. I said that she was obviously one of the historically long-serving Democratic county clerks, that she ran a very good operation, that her area was precisely run. She would have never have run an election like the election administrator did in 2022 in Harris County. And I would say the same thing for Beverly Kaufman and every other county county clerk, and I believe Tanisha Hudspeth and anyone else elected to that job would not run an election. All these bills, and at least the ones that I came from, that I filed, there's specific incidences where Harris County violated the law.
Okay, let's get back to the bill. Senator Miles mentioned Florida. Is this bill modeled after the Florida election?
This bill is not modeled after Florida. It predates Florida. This bill was passed by the Texas Senate in 2021 in its form of election marshals and a rocket docket. And so, no, it has nothing to do with Florida's bill.
Okay, well, since Florida's been brought up, I mean, their initial round of investigators and prosecutors led to about only 20 arrests, most which were dismissed. Okay, so in your bill, what powers do these election marshals have that current Secretary of State inspectors and local police lack?
Specifically, the bill is patterned for the same reasons that the Democrat District Attorney Kim Ogg and the Republican Governor Greg Abbott asked the DPS to come do an investigation after the fiasco on November 8th in Harris County's elections. So we take a DPS investigator, we embed them in the department, they're trained in advance, and they have three specific powers that are different because they'll, as part of the agency. One basically is first go down and observe the problem and say what the law is. The second one is to have an investigation. The third one is to be able to file charges. Now, what I would have hoped if we had had these election marshals, that somebody would have walked into the election warehouse on Canino Road, and instead of the young Republican staffer that was thrown out and threatened with trespass, be able to explain to the election officials there that they were violating the law by not providing ballot paper, which is a Class C misdemeanor under the existing law. And so that's what I hope these election marshals will do.
Okay, back to the bill. Do you have any expectation on whether these marshals would be focused on investigating election offices or individual voters?
I have a nearly 100% focus on election offices, procedures, because if you note, this whole bill is designed to be looking at what happens 45 days out of the election, get the judiciary appointed by administrative districts, get them ready, and to be able to look at voting, especially early voting issues, and resolve issues. See, the difference is, let's get back to resolving issues before they become lawsuits. Let's get back to resolving issues and doing best practices and not having to go to investigations or criminal charges. That's really what the election marshal's first duty is to do under this bill.
Based on the region requirements you set out in the bill, how many election marshals would be employed during a given election period?
There's a specific formula in the bill that has, that I'll quickly summarize. A state election marshal shall appoint election marshals for each Department of Public Safety region, where there's one election marshal for each 1 million people who reside in that region. That would roughly mean there'd be 31 election marshals in the state. Okay. By the time this bill would go into effect. 30 right now, to be precise. Okay.
Will these marshals be uniformed and allowed in any part of the election process, including inside polling locations?
These marshals would have complete access to go anywhere they needed to go at this point.
Including inside a polling place?
Sure, because they can go into central count, they can go into a polling place, they can go anywhere they need to be able to look at whatever the problem is and resolve it.
Okay. How are these marshals being funded? I didn't see a fiscal note. I don't know how you don't have a fiscal note on this.
There is a fiscal note, and I think it was revised. Let's see.
Well, maybe I don't have the revision.
Okay. And basically the revision was no anticipated cost to the state occurs because we're using existing resources. So these would be, remember, these would be DPS investigators or judges that are already serving.
Okay, well, how are the marshals being funded?
Under this, it's going to be assumed out of the Secretary of State's office.
Did their budget get an increase, particularly for this?
In this particular bill pattern, no, because again, That's at least what the fiscal note is, says.
Okay, well, I'll take a closer look at that. So this bill would require election marshals to investigate all alleged violations regardless of credibility, which could lead to bad faith harassment of eligible voters.
With all things, I would hope that well-trained judges and also well-trained DPS investigators would look through any such complaint and decide whether it is meritorious or not.
Okay. So the AG's office, to my knowledge, they've not claimed that they have insufficient resources to investigate and prosecute election violations, with only 5 convictions secured between January 2020 and September 22. It seems like the problems aren't as significant as claimed, and the proposed additional funds and resources should be directed elsewhere
That's actually a very good question.
under a resourced election system.
Senator, it's a very good question, and here's why. We're using existing resources to hopefully avoid problems. See, that's the first duty of an election marshal here, is to go look at the problem, state the law, and I wish an election marshal had been at Tenino Road to be able to inform the election administrator and their staff that they were violating the law by not getting the ballot paper out of the warehouse to the polls, because that would have avoided at least 21 election contests, in my opinion. So, again, we're not using additional resources. We're tuning our existing resources by training and also by having the judiciary ready to review these cases in advance by appointment by the 11 administrative judges.
Well, I thank you for answering the questions again. I think this is an overreach. We're creating another layer of bureaucracy, more government to the election process, and I think it's uncalled for. Thank you for answering the questions.
Well, thank you for asking.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
You are recognized, Senator West.
Senator Betancourt, I'm going to follow up with what Senator Alvarado asked you about in terms of the fiscal note on this bill. How are these marshals going to be paid, and where is it in the budget that appropriates that money?
Well, by testimony of Director McGraw and also by the fiscal note, the assumption is we're using existing resources, which are specifically what he recommended was investigative level, that they would be trained and made available during this period of time.
You did not answer, at least I didn't understand your response. Let me put it that way. Let me be more specific. Where will these marshals come from? They're going to be peace officers, and where will they come from?
From DPS.
And so we're going to take DPS officers, DPS staff, and use them for the marshals' positions?
That's correct. And in testimony, Director McGraw said that it would be investigative level, that these people would be, trained for their additional duty. And of course, this is very part-time work and seasonal, literally, because it's elections as opposed to, a full-time job. And this is designed to be active about 45 days out of the election process, like the judiciary setback on the numbers that they get their administrative judges ready by 45 days.
So they would be paid extra money for this?
The fiscal note just assumes that the existing DPS budget can handle it.
But I understand what you're saying, but will they be paid overtime for this or what?
That would be up to the department's discretion.
So it leaves it to the discretion of the department.
Right.
All right, let me ask this. As it relates to page 3 of your bill, line 24. Let me let you get there.
Thank you. Okay.
Let me know when you're there.
I will. Okay, page 3, line 24.
The last line, right margin, says this section applies unless the election official serves statewide. What happens if an elected official serves statewide and there's a problem?
I think actually, if I remember, I don't see that on line 24. What I see here is the violation of this code and finds a probable cause exists that a violation of this code is occurring and likely to occur.
Oh, this is under section 2273.
Okay, I just read page 3, line 24 to you, which is what you asked me to look at.
Oh, say that again?
You asked me to look at page 3, line 24. I just read it to you.
Okay, read that again because it's not what I have here.
Okay, line 24 says violation of this code and finds probable cause.
Hold on. So, Senator Betancourt?
Yes.
Well, now we're on the same page. Under 273.082, disqualification of a judge. And as I read it on line 24, unless the election official serves statewide, what happens in that situation?
Well, I think that's designed to make sure that the Supreme Court is not somehow disqualified because they're the highest court in the land. I believe that's the design to make sure the Supreme Court's not disqualified because they're the highest court in the land.
What happens, though, if there's an election contest as it relates to a statewide elected official? What happens in that situation?
Well, what happens with the rest of this is that wherever this 11 region situation starts, it would be in that region where the election, the administrator of the judicial region would appoint judges for that, and that's where it would start. And then obviously it could go up through the appellate process. No,
let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. Senator Mays, let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. This particular bill, if there is a election issue in a county of or an area over 1 million, then there's a marshal appointed to investigate it. And I assume that you're not just saying local elections, that's all elections, or am I?
No, it's all elections.
Okay, so that would be statewide elections also.
Right.
So in this instance, you're saying that for purposes of a judge or someone handling this issue, a statewide judge would be able to handle an election official who serves statewide would be able to handle any judicial review of an investigation.
An officer of the judiciary, right, such as a Supreme Court member, et cetera.
But if it's an election issue, sir, if it's an election issue concerning that election official's race, then that person wouldn't be otherwise disqualified from being able to serve?
No, what I think the way this bill pattern lays out is that the 11 administrative judges pick judges for each of their administrative areas. Those are the people that hear the case first. And clearly that would be on a statewide issue. It's not someone that would be picked by the judiciary. They would not be, I don't contemplate seeing it, but they would be picking someone that they would consider to be ready to handle those type of election issues in the 11 administrative districts.
So you're saying that an administrative judge would be able to pick someone to handle a situation where there's a complaint that's been lodged in a statewide election?
Absolutely.
So, am I reading the language wrong?
No, you're reading it correctly. And the reasoning there is that if, again, we didn't want, at least the author's intent is to make sure that we're not disqualifying the Supreme Court either directly or indirectly, because eventually the buck stops with them. If there's appeals, et cetera, or rocket dockets like there's been, those issues go directly to the Supreme Court, like what happened in Harris County.
Sir.
So we're trying not to make sure they're not disqualified by any reason.
All right, this is the reason I'm raising this issue. Sure. Because I don't think it's doing what you think it's doing. Read with me. All right. Disqualification of a judge, right? This section deals with when is a judge disqualified.
Right.
The judge or a district or county court with jurisdiction over any geographic area served by an election official who is a party
right.
in a proceeding for injunction relief under this subsection is disqualified.
That's correct.
To preside over the proceeding unless they're disqualified if they're a party unless the election official serves statewide. There's the problem. So a statewide elected official could be a party to this and would not be disqualified from serving as a judge. And surely that's not what you mean.
Well, the problem here is that you can't disqualify the Texas Supreme Court. That's really what you're talking about doing. That's the only person that would fit the description. And because they're the highest court of the state, they can't be disqualified.
So you're telling us then that if a Supreme Court justice is a party to an election contest, that they would not be otherwise disqualified from serving?
Senator Royce, unless I know of no higher authority than the Texas Supreme Court.
But that just seemed inconsistent, all right? I mean, at all due respect, this bill's going to probably pass. It'll pass on party lines, as most of the election bills have. But it's inconsistent with the arguments that you've been making to Senator Miles concerning how this is going to be in the best interest, and yet still we allow a state elected official who may very well be a party to one of these election contests to be able to serve at that level to make a determination on the merits of the case. That's all I have to say about it.
Members, the motion before us is suspension of the regular order of business. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute Senate Bill 220. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 220, relating to the enforcement of laws relating to elections.
Okay. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute to Senate Bill 220.
Members, Senator Bettencourt moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
There
Creighton.
being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. We'll hold there, Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zaffrini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1730.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1730 relating to the processing of United States passport applications by district court clerk and authorizing fees. Members, this bill would authorize district clerks to distribute and sell money orders for passport applications. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Zaffrini moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1730. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1730. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1730, relating to the processing of United States passport applications by a district court clerk.
Senator Zaffrini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Zaffrini moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffrini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Members, Senator Zaffrini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1730. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1730, relating to the processing of United States passport applications by a district court clerk.
Senator Zaffrini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Zaffrini moves final passage Senate Bill 1730. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Zaffrini.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 2284.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2284. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 2284 will help our small craft distillers, and all this bill does, it allows them to sell 4 bottles directly from their distillery instead of the current 2. And of course, the 30-day restriction currently in statute will be kept in place, and distillers will also have to continue to observe the 3,500 annual total gallon total sales restriction that will be kept in place, and their records require them to keep track of that, of course, as well. And this just lifts one more unnecessary government rule and regulation to help small businesses in our state sell more of their products directly to consumers. And this actually matches a bill, Senate Bill 655, that passed on the Senate local and uncontested calendar last session. And with that, I move suspension of the rules.
Members, Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2284. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 24 ayes and 6 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2284. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2284, relating to the sale of distilled spirits to ultimate consumers by the holder of a distiller's and rectifier's permit.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for Senate Bill 2284.
Members, Senator Middleton moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 24 ayes and 6 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Okay. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 2284.
Members, Senator Middleton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 24 ayes and 6 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2284. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2284 relating to the sale of distilled spirits to ultimate consumers by the holder of a distiller's and rectifier's permit.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage for Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2284.
Member Senator Middleton moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2284. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 24 ayes and 6 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Middleton.
Senator Swertner, you recognize Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1659. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1659 is a sunset scheduling bill that continues the review of the various state agencies in the sunset process. There will be 2 amendments, one of them that changes the date of TDI and OPIC, and the second one that removes a portion of the bill that might be subject to this, that might be in violation of the 2-subject rule over in the House. With that, members, I move suspension of the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1659.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1659. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1659 relating to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that process.
There's an amendment. Members? Secretary will read the amendment.
For amendment number 1 by Schwartner.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this changes the sunset date for the Texas Department of Insurance and the Office of Public Insurance Counsel. Move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment adopted. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Schwartner.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this moves a portion of the bill that might be in violation of the 2-subject rule over in the House. Move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
31 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1659. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1659 relating to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that process.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1659.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell,
31 ayes, no nays. Bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized on Senate Bill 2275, suspend the regular order of business.
Senate Bill 335.
I have 2275. I'm sorry. Do you have a new number? Senator Schwertner? Senator Hughes. I'm sorry, Senator.
Yes.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Senator.
You guys look so much alike. You're recognized. Suspend the regular order of business. 2275.
I'm sure we're both complimented by that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was meant only as a compliment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 2275. Senators, this has to do with the rulemaking process for the rules of civil procedure. Of course, those govern courts and civil litigation. And the Texas Constitution in Article 5, Section 31 delegates this to the Texas Supreme Court. It says this: the Supreme Court is responsible for the efficient administration of the judicial branch and shall promulgate rules of administration not inconsistent with the laws of the state, as may be necessary for the efficient, uniform administration of justice in the various courts. Again, in Section B, rules not inconsistent with the laws of this state. As you would expect, in a three-branch system like we have, the legislature makes the laws, and the courts call balls and strikes. I was shocked then to find in statute during last session, over in the local government code, section 22.004, I found these words. Now, what I just read to you was in the Texas Constitution. The Supreme Court shall have rulemaking authority not inconsistent with the laws. Laws, of course, passed by the legislature. But here are these words from the local government code. So that the Supreme Court has full rulemaking power in civil actions, a rule adopted by the Supreme Court repeals all conflicting laws and parts of laws governing practice and procedure in civil actions. It goes on from there. That was jarring to me, again, since the legislative branch makes the laws. That's not what the courts do. And so, Senate Bill 2275 would, of course, leave in place the constitutional rulemaking authority of the Supreme Court to make rules not inconsistent with the laws of the state. But the bill before you very neatly repeals those words I just read and makes it clear that the Supreme Court cannot, by rule, repeal a statute. That's a separation of powers problem. That's a real problem on a lot of levels. That's all the bill does. And I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Question of the author of the bill.
Do you yield?
Of course, I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes. So, Senator Hughes, I appreciate the fact that you're concerned with the separation of powers, because I am very concerned with it as well. And my understanding that if the Supreme Court were to find something as unconstitutional and create a rule, and now the rule that they're creating, wouldn't it make sense that if there was any statute that conflicted with that rule, they would need to vacate those laws if they found them unconstitutional?
So, Senator, let me make sure we're clear when we say rulemaking. This is not about the legislature passing a law, someone challenges the law, and that goes to the Supreme Court. That's a separate matter. This is about the Supreme Court promulgating rules of civil procedure. This is not about, I'm so glad you asked, this is not about a lawsuit where they issue an opinion and block a statute. I'm so glad you asked. That's not what this is about. This is about their rule-making authority to promulgate the rules of civil procedure. I'm glad you've made that distinction.
So, what type of rules would it be? You just only rules? What type of rules can they introduce and pass?
So they can make rules for the efficient administration of the judicial branch and promulgate rules of administration not inconsistent with the laws of the state. So the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure has to do with when you file your lawsuit, what it has to look like, how long the other side has to reply. If you want to make a motion, what does it have to say? How many days to reply? What does the court have to do? It's about rules of administration of courts in civil procedure. So those are the rules of civil procedure that the Constitution tells them, yes, you will promulgate those rules, but the Constitution says the rules shall be not inconsistent with the laws of the state. This section of code we're talking about says they can adopt a rule and it repeals all conflicting laws and parts of laws governing.
So, what prompted you in 2023 or maybe 2022 to file this piece of legislation? Was there a rule that the Supreme Court introduced that vacated some laws that you said, wow, that's something that we need to protect? Is there something that you're concerned about, or are you looking proactively? What's the reason behind this?
Senator, we learned about this last session, and you'll recall COVID-19 was such a challenge for everybody in every corner of our country. And so to facilitate the courts to continue to move, the Supreme Court, under an emergency order, allowed courts to do things by Zoom, remote proceedings. And, a lot of folks had concerns about, due process, things like that. There was a lot of folks who thought the judge needs to be in the courtroom if we're going to have court. And so that's when this discussion got started. So the Texas Senate looked at that, and the Texas Senate's position was courts need to be, after the passing of the emergency, courts need to be in person so anybody can show up at the courthouse and can hear what's going on and have their say. So this started last session during a discussion about remote proceedings and the court's ability to make rules. That's what caused this to come up. Now, there was testimony before the committee that the Supreme Court used this a number of years ago when this legislature passed rules about justice of the peace courts. You may recall, we extended the jurisdiction amount that a JP court can hear. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And when we did that, we put some terms in there like response has to be done within 6 to 10 days. The Supreme Court said, no, we don't like that. We're going to make that 7 to 14. So that's the last time they used it. For whatever reason, that was a big deal to them. So that's the last time it was used that we're aware of. But I think it should concern all of us that the court has the power to pass a rule and repeal conflicting laws that were passed by this legislature, signed by the governor.
I understand the concern. I was still worried that what you were doing is that the Supreme Court would find something unconstitutional, and then anything that would conflict with what they found unconstitutional would be vacated. Let's say something from our dark past where, let's say it was legal to redline or to be, segregate schools, et cetera. And so that they would find something unconstitutional. There was a law still on the books, and the Supreme Court with its decision would vacate all of those unconstitutional laws. That's the way I was reading your bill, but I appreciate you taking my questions.
No, I'm glad you asked, Senator. And just to be clear, Section 22.04 of the Government Code says rules of civil procedure, and then Section C. So it's under the rules of civil procedure. That's what it's about. I'm glad you asked. That needs to be clear. Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author, sir.
Do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Thank you so much, Senator Hughes. I understand your concern with regard to the specific provision in the Act that provides that rules adopted by the court repeal all conflicting laws on procedures in civil cases. But since that time, since 1989, the legislature has, on a number of occasions, passed rules and specifically said that the court could not overrule the legislation. Isn't that true?
Senator, I believe you if that's the case. I don't think we should have to do that because we're the legislature and they're the courts. But I believe you if that's the case. I don't think we ought to have to do that. But if you say we have, I believe you.
I believe that the legislature has done it 10 times, specifically stating that the Supreme Court could not find a conflict and that the rule would stand.
In a case like that, Senator, if that were litigated and we passed a law saying the Supreme Court couldn't overrule it, but this statute says they could overrule it, that would be resolved by the Supreme Court, right?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily because of the Texas Constitution saying that they may not have rules that are in conflict with the legislature. And since the legislature had clearly stated you will be in conflict for anything other than the rule that we passed in this instance.
Well, I agree. The Constitution says their rules must not be inconsistent with the laws of the state. I agree with you on that.
So my concern for the bill that you have before us today is that it is it abrogates the constitutional separation between the co-equal branches of government, the legislature and the courts. How do you answer that?
Senator, I believe this is all about separation of powers. The current statute, which we seek to repeal, clearly violates separation of powers. The legislative branch legislates, the judicial branch judges. For them to have the authority to repeal a statute by rule, that shocks the conscience.
Other than your bill, I'm unaware in the 150-year history of our state that this legislature has ever taken the position that legislators are in a better position to make the administrative rules for the courts?
Well, Senator, as you know, the Constitution says the Supreme Court can make rules not inconsistent with the laws of the state. The laws of the state are what we make, of course, statutes that are debated here and passed by both houses, signed by the governor. I don't think that's a radical concept, that the legislative branch makes the laws.
But we're talking about administrative rules, are we not?
And the Constitution says they cannot be inconsistent with the laws.
I understand that, and it makes perfect sense that the Texas legislature pass laws that circumscribe the rulemaking authority of divisions of state government that are within our stack, within our policy stack. But the courts are separate from the legislature. So you're saying that the legislature should be making the administrative rules for the court system?
I'm saying that the Supreme Court cannot make rules that are inconsistent with the laws passed by the legislature. That's what the Constitution says. I mean, it says, to be precise, Section 31, Article 5, Supreme Court is responsible for the efficient administration of the judicial branch and shall promulgate rules of administration not inconsistent with the laws of the state. And so that's what controls.
What problem are you trying to solve with this bill?
Well, Senator, the judicial branch does not have authority to override statute by a rulemaking process.
So what administrative rule has the Texas Supreme Court passed that is prompting you here?
Senator Menendez and I discussed testimony before the committee that said the last time they're aware this was invoked, when the Supreme Court said they were invoking it, was a few sessions ago when the legislature saw fit to increase the jurisdictional limits of the Justice of the Peace Court. In doing that, some procedural rules were passed, and the Supreme Court saw fit to change some of those. It wasn't a big deal at the time. I don't know how many members of the legislature were aware that it took place, but I do know this. When I saw this language, and as I've shared this with other members of the legislature on both sides of the building and both sides of the aisle were surprised to see that a procedural rule can repeal all conflicting laws. That's the problem.
So apparently it's a problem waiting to happen, because your only instance that you're citing is the jurisdictional limits for JPs?
The most recent instance that came up in testimony before the committee. But Senator, I think we would agree if there's an unconstitutional provision in our laws, if it doesn't work, if it shouldn't be there, we should deal with that when we become aware of it. And that's what I'm trying to do.
I am afraid that this is a heavy-handed invasion into our co-equal branch of government. But thank you for answering my questions.
Well, thank you, Senator.
Senator Hancock, what purpose?
Just asked the author a few clarifying questions.
Of course, I'll yield.
Senator Hughes and you and I had conversation on this. In fact, our conversation was very similar to yours and Senator Menendez. Is that not accurate?
That's exactly right.
Which gave me a better understanding that really the section you're working with is purely the rulemaking section, and you found a provision in there that allowed, through this section, basically legislation that was passed by this body, passed by the House, either signed by the governor or allowed to become law by the governor, in one strike of the pen through rulemaking, and rulemaking only, not a court case, not a ruling that, could overturn law. We all agree upon that. They could Supreme Court make a ruling that says this is not constitutional, this is not legal. But here it's simply the rulemaking process that you're trying to, and whether there's been an issue with it in the past or there hasn't been, you're trying to at least, let's even agree with Senator Eckhart, proactively make sure that we don't violate the understanding of our constitutional separation of powers, where the Supreme Court is essentially able to create legislation or undo legislation that was passed by this entire body. Isn't that kind of the simple form of what you're trying to do here?
Senator, that's exactly right. This section of the code is titled Rules of Civil Procedure, and a subsection that is the one we're dealing with. You're exactly right. You said it very well.
Thank you, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Senator Hancock.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
For the Senator yield.
Do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Senator Hughes, and I listened to the debate back and forth and the questions and answers, but I guess in a nutshell, what you're doing is not allowing a rule by the Supreme Court to trump, if you will, a state statute.
That's exactly right, Senator.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Secretary will call the roll on suspension.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out second reading Senate Bill 2275. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2275, relating to the authority of the Supreme Court of Texas to adopt certain rules.
You recognize on engrossment.
Mr. President, it passes to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Good.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
21 ayes, 10 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. We'll hold there. Members, my goodness, Senator Sparks has a bill on the floor. Another freshman first bill. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 593 to suspend the regular order of business, if you know what that means. You got that? You got that down?
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
And your mic's working.
Yes, I know. I checked it this morning. We ready?
No shoe polish on your phone. Did you check your ear? Did you check your ear to see if you got shoe polish on your ear? I think it's the left ear. Did you check it?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, concerns have been raised that currently regulatory and licensing environment in our state's child welfare system is overly complicated, duplicative, and confusing to the point where some safe and high-quality placements by providers for foster care have either gone offline or have not been made available at all. This bill requires that the state hire a third party to do a thorough assessment of child welfare licensing and regulations while prioritizing child safety and looking to remove needless barriers to entry for child placing agencies, residential child care facilities, foster families, kinship families, and adoptive families. The assessment must be completed by September 30th, 2024, which will allow a 90-day period for a report to the third party's recommendations to be provided to the governor and legislature prior to the beginning of the 89th regular session. Probably not.
Apparently, Senator Kolkhorst is helping you. It's a serious issue for a freshman senator's first bill. He had a backup. That's the first senator who's ever had a backup.
Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Perry, what purpose?
Question to the author.
You know, you could be the first freshman to say, I don't yield, but I don't think you want to. You're recognized.
Of course I yield.
What's your bill do again?
It sets up to have a third-party evaluation of licensing and regulations.
Have you met the Fosters?
The Fosters? I've met several Fosters.
I've heard a lot about foster families. Have you met them? We always meet the foster family when we come on to Health and Human Services Committee. Have you met them yet?
I have met a number of foster families.
The ones you're referencing in your bill?
Not exactly a foster family.
Oh, so you're talking about people you don't know?
People that I'm aware of,
okay.
Yes.
And you're making laws to impact people that you haven't had a conversation with. We've met fosters, right? Senator Kolkhorst, Madam Chair, we know about the foster family. We speak a lot and depend on a foster family. I just wondered if you'd met them. What's the first name of the Fosters?
I am very familiar with the Fosters.
And you're making laws, but you haven't actually met them.
Well, and to be clear, all this bill is doing is creating the obligation to do a third-party assessment.
On these people you've not met?
On the system.
On the system.
Yes,
okay.
not the
That's
families.
different. That's clear.
That's correct.
I will tell you, sitting on Human Services as a freshman, that's a pretty daunting task. That is a big area of the state budget. And for you to be engaged in these conversations, you came in with perspective on CPS and foster kids that very few have until they've been down here a while. I commend you for the heart that you show in that issue, the initiative that you're taking on, trying to make that a better process. It's a big process. It's the biggest budget item we have. I know public school gets all the accolades for the most money, and we typically do, but we always backfill. So when all the dust settles, it's a dead heat with our public ed. This is a big budget item. This is a big conversation. This is something the state woefully needs to be diligent about, and you've taken a seriousness to it. Welcome to the Senate, but welcome just as much to the Health and Human Services Committee. I think you got a good heart for that hearing, that committee. But thank you for your bill.
Well, I appreciate those comments. I will tell you that I intend to do more.
we get this approved, we're going to bird dog this all the way through so that the tax dollars really are going to be well spent, and we can make sure that we implement what this group comes up with.
Well, mainly the families are better, but most importantly, don't get ahead of yourself. That bill's got a long road out of here, I'm afraid.
I understand.
All right.
Do you know there's another side to the Capitol? And they have an opinion. Did you know that?
I've been told.
Yeah. They remind us of that. Hey, there's another side of the Capitol. Senator Colcourse, what purpose?
Yes, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do we let freshmen pass bills that cost over $1 million usually on their first bill?
Not in the history of the Senate. Senator Huffman, you're the finance chair. How did you let this happen?
Chair Huffman, Senator Huffman.
You recognize Senator Huffman?
Senator Sparks, I don't recall you coming to talk to me about how much this cost. Do you know how much it cost?
I do know how much it costs.
How much does it cost?
A little over $1 million.
Can you count to $1 million?
Probably not.
That's a lot of dollars.
So
Do you realize those are taxpayer dollars? Do you know who pays for that?
Yes. Yes, I really believe that this money is going to be well spent, because I think as we go through this assessment process, I think we're going to find places where we can actually save money in the long run.
How much money are we going to save?
Well, that's hard to say. I know that the state's currently in a federal lawsuit, and if it helps us get out of that, it'll be millions upon millions.
All right. Well, I'm sure if Senator Colcourse let this out of her committee, that she was sure that it was going to save some money, right, Senator? I'll yield to Senator Colcourse.
And for people in the gallery or watching online, every senator gets hazed a little bit on their very first bill. And you're taking up a very serious issue on your very first bill. That doesn't excuse you from getting a little hazing. Senator Colcourse, you're the chair of the committee. You let the bill out.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have to say that Senator Sparks laid this bill out. One of the things that if you haven't watched Senator Sparks lay out a bill, he's very thorough. I mean, he will read those notes to his staff. Where are you? Where are you? Yeah. He reads those notes. Let me tell you, he's very precise about reading those notes. And so he had this bill, Mr. President, in our committee, and it's a really good bill. And it's a serious bill. But it had $1 million fiscal note. And I'm kind of a rule follower. You had said no more than $100,000 coming out. You know, Chair Huffman, I'm always trying to curry favor with the Chair of Finance, work group, Article 2. I'm a budget hawk. And so anyway, I was kind of watching Sparks, and he hadn't had a bill come to the floor yet, and this is a really good bill. So I want you to know, Senator Sparks, I went and lobbied on your behalf to say I think this is necessary. It could save us some money. But more importantly, Senator Sparks, you came during the interim, and you sat through a number of our interim hearings. You came to some of the select committees that we had on this very important issue of Child Protective Services, Department of Family and Protective Services. It's something that being out in Midland and that area and that region that you've shown a great interest in, and y'all have done some good work in this arena. I look forward to your leadership in our committee. It is a tough committee. It's a lot of emotion, a lot of hard decisions, and so I want to thank you. And finally, I want to say, I think you might be the first member I've ever seen that had 2 bill books. So kudos to the staff or whatever, but I thought I'd really got him when I went over there and got that, and he just very calmly went in his satchel and got out his backup. So I don't know, man, maybe you're not a freshman anymore. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Yeah. 2 bill books and $1 million, which he didn't ask permission from the finance chair. Senator Hancock.
Yes, would the author yield?
Do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Senator Sparks, can you help me with your freshman class, one at a time?
I'm sorry?
Can you help me with the names on your freshman class, just one member at a time?
Yes.
It's really not a trick question.
So you would like for me to name the other members of my freshman class?
Please.
That would be Senator Pete Flores.
Has Pete already passed a bill?
Yes, he has.
More than one?
More than one.
Okay, next.
That would be.
By the way, that's an incorrect answer because Pete Flores was in the Senate before. He's not a freshman.
Oh, I've already messed up. Senator Morgan Lamontia.
Has Senator Lamontia passed a bill?
I believe she has.
Okay.
Anyone else that you can think of?
Yeah, Senator Parker.
Senator Parker, yeah. Has Senator Parker passed a bill?
Yes, he has.
So that's what, 3 for 3, giving you the error of naming Pete Flores?
That is correct.
Anybody else?
Senator Middleton.
Has Senator Middleton passed a bill?
Yes, he has. A number of them.
Wow. And are we missing anybody?
Yes, we are.
Yes. You want me to help you with his name?
Yes, Senator King.
Are you and Senator King tight?
I'm sorry?
Are y'all real tight buddies?
We actually, yes. Yeah, I like him a lot.
Whenever you can remember his name?
Yes.
Has Senator King passed a bill?
Yes, he has.
Do you have any other members in your class?
I would, no, I would be the last.
Apparently. Is there a reason that you waited till the 18th of April to finally pass the bill?
Well, I would say we saved the best for last. But maybe the slowest. I've never been accused of being fast.
As a business guy, I kind of expect you to come to the Senate and be competitive. I certainly didn't expect you to be last in your class, but I guess somebody had to be. Yeah, and I thought you were conservative too. And the first thing you do is pass a bill for $1 million. I don't know how you're going to get elected back in West Texas. But Senator Sparks, yeah, it's great to serve with you. We've traveled together and got to know you a little bit there in Israel, and I do think this is appropriate that this is the first bill you're passing. The church I attend is not a large church, small church, but we do a lot of foster care, and we'll have training this Sunday, as a matter of fact, on doing that. And I think this is a great start for you to be looking at and addressing this issue. I think it shows the compassion that you have and that you bring to it, along with so many other assets that I think will benefit the Senate. So welcome to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Hancock.
Yeah, Senator Sparks, would you like us to get a nameplate to put in front of Senator King? He sits next to you for 4 months and you can't remember his name. That worries anyone who's given you a bill to carry.
Thank you.
Senator Bettencourt, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author, if he can remember them.
I yield.
Did you? The problem about not remembering, Senator, was that because you know nothing, or you hear nothing for 4 months? You see nothing.
Can we have a point of order on Senator Bettencourt for just a moment? Someone, thank you.
Oh, I'm just getting started, Mr. President. Now, when did we first meet?
I'm sorry?
When did you and I first meet?
If this is how long it's going to take you to pass a bill, we are never going to get out of here today.
I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Can you refresh my memory?
I can refresh your memory. It's something to do with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, right?
Yes.
Right. And you've been a long-term board member, right?
I was, yes.
How many years were you a member of Texas Public Policy Foundation?
I was probably on their board about 7 years.
All right, about 7 years, okay. Now, are you wearing the Texas Public Policy Foundation pin today?
No, I believe this is a state Senate pin provided by my good friend, Senator
the
Springer.
official state Senate pin from Senator Springer, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now, so that meant you've already forgotten your entire roots as Texas Public Policy Foundation, true?
I wouldn't say, probably forgotten more than I should have, but
I mean, you're a conservative businessman at Texas Public Policy, and your first bill of the Senate is a shocking $1 million expenditure? Yeah, did Texas Public Policy Foundation, don't they want to save the taxpayers' money?
they typically try to save tax dollars, yes.
Now, I'll give you a pass if you can name exactly, without looking at your multiple bill books, the exact expenditure on the fiscal note. I'll give you a pass if you can give the exact expenditure.
I believe it's $1,025,000.
Close. Try to remember the last three digits. If you can't remember King's name, just think three digits. What is it? $1,025,000, and I'll give you a guess. 0 to 990. You give you a chance. What is it?
99?
No, $50.
$50.
All right. And you come to the Senate with the first request as a conservative to spend $1,025,000 and $50. Do you know why the 50?
I do not.
Actually, General Grant is my sixth cousin, twice removed. That's why it's in there. It's in every fiscal note. Freshmen need to know that. When you see a 50, that's Uncle Paul. All right? Now, Kevin, Senator Sparks, I shouldn't use your first name. Okay? Do you believe that you have demonstrated financial prowess in the private sector?
I believe so, yes.
I believe you have, okay? And you believe that you have honored the mission statement of the Texas Public Policy Foundation?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. And you're ready to assume your senatorial duties, even though it is what day of the year this is a special day for all economic conservatives. What is the day?
It's tax day.
It's not tax day, it's, say it, Tax Freedom Day. And you're adding another $1 million to the overburdened taxpayers of America?
Yes, sir.
That's a good answer. With that, Mr. President, I wish to just try to remember, just to say, to sum it up, as Sergeant Schultz would say, I know nothing, I see nothing, I hear nothing when a conservative spends $1 million.
Yeah. If there's someone's mic who we have to deaden, that's it right there. Senator Sparks, I noticed, I designed this pin with the Texas flag and American flag and a cross. I've given you one. I gave Jill one. I gave your parents one. And you decided you're going to wear that one instead. I'm not offended at all. Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I yield.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I yield.
So what does the $1,250,050 buy us?
That actually will, in more detail, they'll go out for a third-party assessment. They'll contract with the group.
They,
this being Health and Human Services, and there is actually some more detail given to them in the committee sub. Let's see.
Let's.
Thank goodness you brought a second book. It's really come in handy for you.
Maybe it's the wrong one. This hasn't come up before?
Well, yes. Not in this form, though. So it's going to actually, when they do the third-party assessment, to conduct an audit of the rules, minimum standards, and contract requirements that apply to licensed child placing agencies, child care facilities, foster care, kinship homes, and adoptive homes.
So third-party assessment.
Yes.
Who are the first two parties?
I'm sorry?
Who are the first two parties?
It is a group that is not associated.
No. There's a third party. That's what you're talking about. But if there's a third party, there must be a first party and a second party. Who are they?
Well, the third party would be a non-vested interest party.
I'm not actually asking about the third party. Who's the first party and the second party?
I would think that the first party would be Health and Human Services.
You think?
I think. And the second party would be the foster children, potentially.
Oh, the fosters. Senator Perry, the fosters. The parents, though.
Yes.
You think?
I believe so. Under that question, yes.
Senator Colcourse, would you agree with that? She's texting a third party to get an answer, I think, right now. Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but my parents were foster parents. I'm assuming you didn't know them.
I did not know them. No, I did not.
But they kept newborn babies when I was in college, something along the lines of 20 newborns in succession. And it's an issue that's very close to my heart. I'm myself an adopted child, and I'm very blessed to have a forever family all my life because of my wonderful parents, and they passed that along to so many people. Do you have a favorite snack mix?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
There's no need to apologize.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, sure. Do you have a favorite snack mix?
I don't believe so.
Oh, well, I just wrote a thank you note to your wife who distributed what was purported to be your favorite snack mix.
Snack mix. I apologize.
It's not in your bill book, I don't think.
I do have a favorite snack mix.
Now that you think about it.
Yes.
Yes, you might check that with Senator King. This is Senator
Welcome
King.
back.
You should, yeah, there you go.
Forgot your name earlier, so.
Senator Sparks.
Yes.
I am delighted to welcome you to the Texas Senate. I remember meeting with you and your wonderful wife a few months before everything really kicked off, and just so pleased to see you cross the finish line and be carrying such substantive, meaningful legislation that will affect the lives of so many children and families in Texas, the third parties and the first and second parties as well. And with that, I was also wondering if you would give your wife this thank you note.
I would be happy to. Do I have to get permission to walk away from my desk?
I don't know. I mean, are you expecting me to walk it over to you?
You cannot leave your microphone. It's your first bill. You can't leave. Senator Zaffarini sends that in laminated plastic. You cannot leave your first microphone. First bill.
Well, that's unfortunate. I think that's all of my questions, except for I think at some point today, I hope you'll come and retrieve this and then pass it along to your wonderful wife for me. Welcome to the Texas Senate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Birdwell, you have nothing to say today because there's not a hazing without a lieutenant colonel.
Well, I was thinking about rising, Mr. President. You know, I think many of the senators were somewhat dishonest when they said, questions of the author. So I would seek, Mr. President, the ability to abuse the freshmen.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I have just a couple of questions for you. Where did we first meet?
My memory fails me yet again.
How convenient, Senator.
No, it was on the Gettysburg battlefield is the first place we... Would you like to give us the order of battle for both the Union and the Confederate forces for the Gettysburg battlefield on day one?
I think you would be much better prepared for that than myself.
Okay. Second question, what is the meaning of life? It's a very simple question, very simple answer.
Well, for me, the meaning of life is to really to.
Would you like me to answer the question for you, Senator? It's the absence of death.
I'm sorry?
It's the absence of death.
The absence of death. Thank you.
So hopefully this bill's dead, or maybe it's alive. I'm not sure, Mr. President. When I was harassed as a freshman, my bill completely collapsed, and in fact, the dean of the Senate had to make a motion to suspend all rules, known and unknown, to bring my bill back from death. So we're going to find out what the meaning of life for this bill is here very shortly. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator Byrd. Well, it's a very important bill, so I'm sure this will have life all the way through, and hopefully on the other side. Any objection to, don't all yell out at once, any objection to suspension of the rules? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. You're through step one. Whew. Secretary will read the caption. Second reading of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 593.
Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 593, relating to an independent assessment of the Health and Human Services Commissions and the Department of Family and Protective Services rules, minimum standards, and contract requirements.
I don't know if a freshman bill's ever had an amendment. The following amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Springer.
Yeah. By the way, Senator Blanco, I think he's rivaling you for the best non-answers ever given in a Senate hazing. Senator Springer, what purpose do you have on your amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. On my amendment, before I finally, explain the amendment, I do have one quick question for him. Senator Sparks, do you have a companion to this bill in the House?
Do I have a companion? Yes, I believe I do.
And who would have that bill in the House?
That would be Representative Frank.
So he got demoted from chairman to representative? He got demoted from chairman to representative?
Chair Frank, sorry.
Okay, Chairman Franks, okay. And do you know the status of that bill in the House?
I believe
on the floor today. So if he passes his before you pass, we're really not going to pass your bill. Is that correct?
I was under the assumption that it was being held.
You think the House always does what they say? Yeah, I do believe it's in calendars, so you may be safe on that. So with this amendment, Mr. President, you're familiar with Section 2, the enabling clause of your bill? Section 2 of your bill, the enabling clause?
Yes.
And so, to make sure that this is thoroughly vetted, what my amendment does is move the effective date to May 10th, 2044. Would that date have a significant meaning to you? May 10th, 2044.
10th, 20.
Is May 10th ring a bell?
May 10th does ring a bell.
And so if you do math, that might be your 80th birthday. So maybe for your 80th birthday, this can go in? Or is that a little long for this to take effect?
This may be a little late. Yes. My hope is that we'll be able to address this sooner than that.
All right. Well, Mr. President, I think I'm going to withdraw mine. But so you just need 16 votes is what you're looking for to be able to pass this?
I believe I need...
This is a problem.
$18.
No, I think that might be for a different thing that you need 18.
Would you like the Price is Right, lower or higher? Lower? 15?
Lower.
Higher?
So you only need 16, a majority. Is that what you're looking for to pass your bill?
No, I believe I need more than that.
Thought it only took a majority to pass. Now to suspend, it might take a little bit more, but But I was going to say that you might question why in your enabling clause then you wrote that you really want 21 votes because you want it to take effect immediately. And
I am
you need
optimistic.
2/3 to do that. So
Yes.
with that, Mr. President, I will withdraw my amendment.
So were you going to table that amendment or just up or down? Do you know what tabling means?
Yes, I believe tabling would be just to delay, and I respectfully.
But he withdrew it.
Oh, he withdrew it. Thank you, Senator Springer.
Floor amendment number 1 is withdrawn. Thank goodness. You're recognized to engrossment.
I move passage on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 593.
Can you tell us what engrossment means?
Engrossment has something to do with after an issue has been debated, the next movement on that piece of legislation.
You know, I didn't know that much when I was a freshman, so that's a pretty good answer. Any objection to pass engrossment? Oh, Senator LaMantia, a freshman? You're going to haze another freshman? Oh, that was by accident. Typical freshman mistake. She had her red light on by mistake. 2 freshmen at once. All right, no objection. Bill passes to engrossment. Now you get to suspend what?
Suspend the constitutional rule that a bill is read on 3 separate days.
You're a good man. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bird.
31 ayes and no nays. The rule is suspended. We now lay out committee substitute for Senate Bill 593 on 3rd reading and final passage. Secretary will call the roll.
Yeah. Committee substitute Senate Bill 593 relating to an independent assessment of the Health and Human Services Commissions and the Department of Family and Protective Services rules, minimal standards, and contract requirements.
You know, I'm going to do something special for you, which we don't normally do. I'm serious because you went through a lot. I'm going to let you be the first freshman I've ever known to gavel in your own bill. So you can come up and gavel in your own bill. Here, come on. You can put your mic down. Yeah, no. Yeah. So all these green lights, you just say, Madam Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, do you want him to say it?
Madam Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
Stop her. A little harder. Never mind. You're just, can you want it back?
Do you want him to really gavel his bill?
No, I'll gavel it. I'll go. It really sounds like this. Okay, do you have that? That's not hard. It's a freshman mistake. You were hitting the wrong side. See, it's rubber on this side and mallet on this side. See, that has all the chip marks on it. That side.
I will remember that.
Yeah. Bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator. The vote was 31 ayes and no nays. Bill's finally passed.
Members, the following motion in writing. Secretary, read the motion.
Mr. President, I move suspension of Senate Rule 5.14, the intent calendar rule, in order to move the intent calendar deadline to 4 p.m. today.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Members, the intent calendar deadline is extended till 4 p.m. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion to suspend committee substitute Senate Bill 1212.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1212 deals with distributed energy resources. Distributed energy resources include a wide range of technologies, burgeoning technologies, especially here in Texas. They include distributed generation, rooftop solar, energy storage, as well as various demand response programs. The problem is we don't currently have a regulatory environment that facilitates it. We face the simultaneous problems of distributed energy resources that might threaten the integrity of the grid, which is a bad thing, and not being able to avail of all the power that they can offer to the grid, which is also a bad thing. We want to be able to keep the grid safe and avail of these new technologies and allow customers and consumers to participate in generation of energy to the grid. To that end, we have worked with stakeholders, including transmission and distribution utilities, microgrid manufacturers, battery storage people, PUC, ERCOT, and various other stakeholders in this process, and come up with Senate Bill 1212. Members, there is a fairly extensive couple of amendments coming. I'll explain them, but they have been the subject of long good faith negotiations, and I think everybody's very comfortable with where we are on this bill. So with that, I will move to suspend the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Johnson moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1212. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1212. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1212 relating to the interconnection and integration of distributed energy resources.
Members, the following amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Johnson.
Thank you, members.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the easiest 1.5-page amendment you will ever read because it says the same thing about 16 times. The phrase municipally owned utility or electric co-op is removed from the bill multiple times. There was some discussion early on in the process about whether or not munis and co-ops would be part of the DER overall regulatory structure that we're building right now. It was decided after much consultation that they would not be, and so we have removed them from the bill. Members, I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Senator Kolkhorst, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask the author a question.
Senator Johnson, do you yield?
Gladly I do.
You're recognized, Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson, you and I talked about this amendment earlier and removing the MOUs and the electric cooperatives, which I'm very supportive of. You and I discussed page 2, line 44. You did leave one reference in. If you just explain that for the record.
Is this the access to portion?
This is the page 2, line 44, where we discussed the reporting mechanism, I believe, that you left them a part of. On the...
Yes, actually, Senator Kolkhorst, I would be happy to discuss that, but I don't think it relates to the amendment, and so just procedurally, I want to make sure that we're in the right place. In any event, I'm happy to refer. We're standing. Let's go ahead and look at it.
Yeah.
Page 2, line 44 of the committee sub.
And let me make it about the amendment. You remove everything with electric co-ops and MOUs except for that one reference, and just to make sure that we're leaving that one reference in as you explained it to me in dealing with the two different sides. You left this reporting mechanism in. It's not a part of the amendment. So there, I think it makes procedurally more sense I ask it that way.
The munis are out. The co-ops are out. The only remaining, I'm not even aware of a remaining reference to munis and co-ops in the bill whatsoever. Page 2, line 44 has to do with access to information on a meter, and it keeps the munis and co-ops out. So they are going to be able to run things as they have, good relationships with ERCOT, so we're not nearly as concerned with their relationship to the stability of the grid and the addition of distributed energy resources into the ERCOT system.
And they still do a little reporting there, I think, by not reviewing.
They are going to be subject to the requirements they've always been subject to. That will not change.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Culp, for the clarification.
Members, the question is on the adoption of the amendment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Johnson.
Senator Johnson, recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This second amendment is largely a perfecting amendment. It's cleanup language. There was some ambiguities, some redundancies in the original committee substitute, which we've eliminated for clarity. Again, these have been the subject of extensive discussions. The primary substantive change that we're doing here on the floor is that with regard to something called aggregated distributed energy resources, a bill that we've already passed in this chamber, which is the aggregation of individual small distributed energy resources, we are putting an upper limit on the size of the distributed energy generation size at 1.5 megawatts. That is currently in excess of the technology being utilized in any other purported distributed energy resource to be aggregated. But we're also at the same time giving the Public Utility Commission the discretion to revise that cap upward in response to a petition from a commercial generator that believes that it is appropriate to include a larger distributed energy resource into the aggregation of other distributed energy resources, allowing the PUC that kind of commercial flexibility that we need while also maintaining the safeguards as we take a step forward in kind of a new frontier in supplementing our electrical power with distributed energy resources. The only other change that we made of particular interest is making sure that as new technologies come online and add these resources, that they're able to get the metering information that they need from the interconnections that are operated by the transmission and distribution utilities, but that the integrity of those interconnections, those metering points that are controlled by the transmission and distribution utilities, who are responsible for the safety of the consumer as well as the integrity of the electrons going back and forth, are maintained by the TDUs. So this amendment reflects the negotiated resolution of those interests. Members, with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 2.
Members, the motion is on adoption of floor amendment number 2. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Johnson, you recognize for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Member, Senator Johnson moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Johnson, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule with regard to committee substitute on Senate Bill 1212.
Member, Senator Johnson moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1212. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1212 relating to interconnection and integration of distributed energy resources.
Senator Johnson, you recognize for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 1212.
Member, Senator Johnson moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1212. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
Having 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Paxton, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 2021.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider Senate Bill 2021. According to the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, the use of pornography among minors has been linked to mental health problems, harmful sexual behavior among children. It is linked to increased demand for child pornography, human trafficking, and prostitution. Online pornography, specifically, is demonstrably harmful to adolescent brain development. Adolescents are more susceptible than adults to addictions, and these have serious developmental effects on their brains. Children's development can be harmed when they view content from mainstream pornography websites that depict sexual violence, incest, physical aggression, sexual assault, non-consensual acts, and underage individuals. We heard heartbreaking and firsthand testimony of this when we heard this bill in the State Affairs Committee. Online age verification platforms already exist and are used around the world to protect minors from problems online, such as online gambling and online purchase of alcohol and cannabis. And they provide an additional layer of safety in preventing minors from accessing inappropriate content or making purchases that are not legal for them. Senate Bill 2021 requires an online publisher or distributor of pornography to implement 18-plus age verification in order for the viewer to view the pornographic website content. Members, I think we can all agree that technology has been used to prey upon children, but Senate Bill 2021 intends to use technology to protect Texas children. I move to suspend.
Member Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 2021. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 2021. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2021 relating to requirements for certain internet websites containing sexual material harmful to minors.
Senator Paxton, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Member Senator Paxton moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Paxton, recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Member Senator Paxton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 2021. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2021 relating to requirements for certain internet websites containing sexual material harmful to minors.
Senator Paxton, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Member Senator Paxton moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2021. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for helping protect Texas children.
Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1893.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1893. Members, on December 7th, 2022, Governor Abbott directed state agency leaders to immediately ban its officers and employees from downloading or using TikTok, a social media application, on any government-issued device, including cell phones, laptops, tablets, desktop computers, and other devices capable of internet connectivity. The DPS and the Texas Department of Information Resources have developed a model plan for other state agencies to utilize in execution of carrying out the governor's executive order. Senate Bill 1893 requires Texas governmental entities to adopt a policy prohibiting the installation or use of a prohibited application, specifically TikTok, or any other application owned or developed by ByteDance Limited on any device owned or leased by a government entity. This bill defines government entities as departments, commissions, boards, offices, or agencies under the legislative, executive, or judicial branch. And this bill also extends the prohibition to public institutions of higher education and political subdivisions, including a municipality, county, or special purpose district. The bill does provide exceptions for law enforcement entities since social media platforms have become a tool for various degrees of criminal activity. The cartels have begun using apps like TikTok to recruit young Texans to aid them in their illegal activities. Senate Bill 1893 will allow the governor to prohibit additional applications that pose a similar security risk by executive order, and the bill defines a security risk as an applications service provider that may be required to provide confidential or private personal information to a foreign government without due process or similar legal protections. So let me reiterate, members, the bill only applies to governmental entity devices. And members, it's evident that based upon the links between ByteDance and the Chinese Communist Party, it's appropriate that we take this action for our state and national security. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Birdwell moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1893. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1893. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1893 relating to prohibiting the use of certain social media applications and services on devices owned or leased by governmental entities.
Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes, no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1893. Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1893 relating to prohibiting the use of certain social media applications and services on devices owned or leased by governmental entities.
Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves final passage of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1893. Secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1861.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The Texas Commission on Virtual Education was established by the 87th Legislature through House Bill 3643. The charge of the commission was to develop and make recommendations by the end of 2022 calendar year regarding the delivery of virtual education in the public school system and the provision of state funding for virtual education under the Foundation School Program. This bill is joint authored by Senator West and I. We are on this committee along with former Senator Larry Taylor. The work was intended to develop a future policy roadmap for virtual learning and models undertaken at a critical moment. We spent, dozens and dozens of hours looking at best practices around the country. And following up on Senate Bill 15, which established rules for governing and delivery of virtual learning in public schools, which sunsets this September. Beyond that, there was a vast array of testimony taken by stakeholders, students, families, educators, really from all around the country to look for best practices, which we have incorporated into Senate Bill 1861. It takes into account a variety of lessons that we learned, including, educators and school systems from parents to students. So with that, the bill creates a new Chapter 30B to bring the multiple pieces of statute under one new unified structure, aligned to the unanimous bipartisan recommendations on the Commission for Virtual Learning. It repeals Chapter 30A and sunsets the section of SB 15 because remote learning in 2025 allows districts and charter schools to offer individual virtual courses, full-time schools, full-time hybrid schools, provides authorization for new schools, quality control, school accountability, vendor accountability, funding guidelines, parent and student rights, teacher rights, and teacher professional development with startup grants for students. And with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business, take up and consider the committee substitute of 1861.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1861. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1861. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1861, relating the provision of virtual education in public schools and to certain waivers and modifications by the Commissioner of Education to the method of calculating average daily attendance in an emergency.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt, you recognize the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was two changes that needed to correct legislative drafting errors. The amendment will ensure that the compensatory education funding follows the student if they enroll in a hybrid or virtual school, which is currently the case. It would also continue to exclude students that are enrolled in full-time virtual from counting towards the fast growth allotment calculations. With that, be happy to answer questions. Move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Members, the motion is on the adoption of the floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was brought to us from a great school superintendent over in Hallsville, and he was talking about during his time in public education, in all of his years, there have been rare circumstances where they had to expel a student. That's obviously the last resort. There are in-school options, there are other disciplinary options, but finally, in some cases, a student just has to be expelled. And he told us, I wish we had one more penultimate step, because once the student's expelled, they're no longer going to be getting any instruction at all. So he said, why don't we have a virtual option? When everything else has been exhausted, before we expel that student, let's see if we can get them to have a virtual option. This Senate Bill 1144 has been through the process. It's moving through the process. It's been heard, and it's germane here. And so that's what this amendment would do. I believe it's acceptable to the author. Senator West, do you remember the hearing on the bill early in session?
Senator West, for what purpose?
I think it's a very good amendment, first of all.
Senator West, for what purpose? Question of the author of the amendment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you yield, Senator Hughes?
Of course I'll yield.
You're recognized, Senator West.
Thank you very much, Senator Bedwell. I think it's a very good amendment.
Thank you.
Do you think we should extend this also to suspension in terms of considering virtual alternatives to expulsion and suspension?
Senator, I think we should have that discussion. You know, you may recall the hearing. The superintendent was there, talked about this process, because expulsion is such a strong measure. Sure. It's the last resort, right?
Right.
And then there was some testimony that was concerned they might do this too much. So this is a first step, I think, to give more options.
Okay. I know that you want to get this. We want to get this bill moving. I'm a co-author of this particular bill, but at some point during its, I guess you could say, movement through the legislative process, I'd love to visit with you and my co-author over here about including suspension also.
Please, that sounds great.
I know that's the last moment at this point in time, but I hopefully that you'll strongly consider that.
So, and that bill is hopefully coming out of committee soon. We'll have a chance to do it either on the floor or on the way. I'd love to talk to you about that. Thank you.
Because this is going to be the bill that passes. That other one may or may not pass, but I know that this goes to the House. I think it's the most appropriate vehicle, but we'll talk about that.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Betancourt on the amendment.
How could I not accept the graciously offered amendment by the chair of the Exceptional State Affairs Committee to solve a problem, because we want to give everyone one last shot. So amendment acceptable to the author.
Members, the motion is on the adoption of floor amendment number 2. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute Senate Bill 1861.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of Senator Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt, do you yield?
Absolutely.
You recognize Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Betancourt, I tell you what, I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. I want to thank you for your work, Senator West's work on this Virtual Education Commission, especially with that last amendment we added. The bill is getting stronger and better as we move forward. And I know that you and I have been discussing and talking about making sure that this bill is exactly what this bill purports itself to be. And so I just want you and I to make it public that we want to keep working on. I thought a part of the bill that apparently TEA thought it was too complicated to do at this time via an amendment. But I'd like to see an annual reporting requirement for anybody that gets involved in this on how much money is going to be sent to the school district for virtual education. Because sometimes I think we need to make sure that whoever's providing the courses is being compensated appropriately. I think we should know the number of students that are enrolled in these programs and what outcomes came about. How are the students doing? You know, I'd hate for us to start these and not know. And so I think that's important information that I think would really help us as we set up this virtual education, feel good about the product that we're providing our community, our constituents, and the children of Texas. And hopefully you agree that we can continue to work on that.
No, I think so, Senator Menendez. And with those, those three outlines, those are great things to be looking at because we need to be able to prove up the money and make sure that we're getting the appropriate results. So be happy to look forward to someone that serves on the Education Committee, almost maybe as long as Senator West and I have. You're now adopted on the Rules Committee on the bill, so I hope you accept the informal invitation.
I appreciate that, without a doubt. And what's that term you like to say, what gets measured?
What gets measured gets fixed.
There you go. See?
You got it. So you got three good measurements, so we look forward to it.
Thank you.
Members, the motion before us is passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1861. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1861 relating to the provision of virtual education in public schools and to certain waivers and modifications by the Commissioner of Education to the method of calculating average daily attendance in an emergency.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to take another step in the 21st century. I move final passage of the Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1861.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1861. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
28 ayes and 3 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Schwartz, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up Senate Bill 335.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, This bill concerns the Family and Protective Services Council of the DFPS, Department of Family and Protective Services. This bill essentially seeks to increase transparency and accessibility. There will be one amendment by Senator Hall that refines how that transparency and accessibility will be allowed. Move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 335.
Members, Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 335. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 335. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 335 relating to meetings of the Family and Protective Services Council held using certain telecommunication devices.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hall.
Senator Hall, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this amendment is favorable to the offer. We coordinated, and it is simply to require that the department post the required broadcast of the council meetings online within 2 business days.
Senator Schwartner on the amendment.
Thank you. Yes, this amendment is acceptable. I appreciate the work of Senator Hall. It allows for broadcasting and then also, of course, the posting of those meetings. It's acceptable. I'll move adoption.
Members, the motion is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment, Senate Bill 335.
Members, Senator Schwartner moves passage to engrossment, Senate Bill 335. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 335. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 335 relating to meetings of the Family and Protective Services Council held using certain telecommunication devices.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage, Senate Bill 335.
Members, Senator Schwartner moves final passage, Senate Bill 335. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1060.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend this in its regular order of business to take up and consider on third reading Senate Bill 1060. The bill we discussed yesterday that has to do with the insurance companies and activist shareholders who try to use the corporate boardroom to circumvent the democratic process, the legislative process, making sure that corporate boards aren't being weaponized against the Texas economy and against Texans. And I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business, take up committee substitute Senate Bill 1060. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell,
There
Blanco.
being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the rule is suspended. Senator Johnson, stand by. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1060. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1060 relating to the adoption of political shareholder proposals by insurers and insurer holding companies.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
A statement on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, members, this is one of several bills in which I see the state of Texas government interfering with private commerce. What we're doing here, in essence, is telling insurance companies that they cannot do what their shareholders want them to do. Let me emphasize that. The owners of the corporation are telling the corporation what they want to do, and we're telling the shareholders that we as the government don't want shareholders to tell the companies they own what to do. I think we ought to tread a little more lightly. I'm seeing an era of expansive government take hold here in Texas, and it alarms me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To speak on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have always believed, and I think that the far and away the majority, if not all the members of this chamber, believe that government should be effective, efficient, fair, and minimally intrusive. But this bill is not at all minimally intrusive. In fact, it flies straight at the head of the idea that we should not meddle in private sector affairs between the shareholders and their business concerns. I am surprised to see the majority party so willing to step into the affairs of business. And for that reason, we'll be voting no for this bill.
Thank you, Senator Eckhart. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I'm going to be moving final passage. And just to remind everyone, this issue has been coming up a lot over the last couple of years. Hearings in the Capitol, remote hearings, one in Marshall where we had witnesses from around the country, and a lot of national attention on this issue where activist shareholders are going to corporate boardrooms trying to extort them into moving policy in a way that is against Texans, against Texas, against Texas economy. And that's what this bill is about. And I move final passage.
Member Senator Hughes moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1060. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes and 12 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Members, this will be the last bill of the day. Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 990.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In 2008, a pilot program for countywide polling place program was established to permit counties to conduct elections at countywide voting locations instead of by precinct. Early on, participation was limited to counties that exclusively use electronic voting systems and maintain computerized and linked registration lists at a polling place. The program has expanded each year since its inception to include over 90 counties. To participate in the program, a county must first hold a public hearing and solicit inputs. Many election workers have expressed concern that countywide voting creates vulnerabilities in election security and frustrates chain of custody measures. For example, in large counties, there have been reports of electronic poll books not communicating with each other in real time and enable a voter to potentially cast more than one ballot by visiting more than one polling location before the poll books update. Additionally, countywide polling locations are frequently farther from people's homes than were previously polling places under precinct-only voting. Preserving precinct-based voting ensures that there is an accessible polling place near one's home, which will hopefully encourage greater participation in that elections. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author of the bill?
Do you yield, Senator Hall?
Yes, I do.
You're recognized, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hall. So, Senator Hall, obviously, you believe you wouldn't file this bill if you didn't think there was a problem with countywide polling, and countywide polling has been very successful. It's helped us in our county increase voter participation. You know, a lot of my constituents have very little time between the time they go to work, they take their children to school, they pick up the kids, they come back home from work late. Countywide polling has allowed them sometimes to vote close to their job or close to the kids' school. And I'm not sure why we would want to take the ease of voting and the convenience to the voter away from them. And I don't understand what the problem is, that why we want to take that from voters.
I understand the ease and convenience, but elections and voting are one of the most precious rights that we have.
Correct.
And the accuracy of the outcomes of those elections are extremely important.
I agree.
And so convenience is a trade-off for security. We've traded off adequate security for convenience, and created a system in which, while it may have been successful from a popular standpoint, we cannot say it's been successful from maintaining secure and accurate elections. Matter of fact, I recently wrote a paper called The Black Box, which I described because of the way our election systems have grown over time, kind of like Topsy, that we have reached a point where they're not very transparent, there's little accountability, and the accuracy is unknowable.
So I agree with the desire for accuracy and accountability and transparency. We should have that in all aspects of government. What I don't agree with is that I don't understand how countywide polling, because the voter would have to go through exactly the same process to vote at the precinct location nearest their home as they would at the one closest to their work or their children's school. So it doesn't make sense to me, because I don't see how the security is any different. They're going to show their identification. They're going to be looked up. They're going to be seen. They're going to have a card printed with their precinct number, their name on it, and they're going to vote the exact same way they would at their local precinct. So how is it that taking away the countywide voting makes it more transparent or more secure?
Well, there are a couple of aspects to it. One of it is you have now votes for any particular precinct are spread over dozens and dozens of locations. And so you have to aggregate those. We don't really have a process for validating or able to actually accurately confirm that the aggregate of those votes is indeed an accurate aggregate. By voting in your precinct, we have one place that you go, one machine which your vote will be put in, and it will be aggregated in one location. That's just one aspect of it. The other is that we currently have a chain of custody that kind of doesn't exist in a lot of areas, and we have no way of validating as the memory cards are producing the votes when they get to central counting that they accurately reflect what should have been, what was actually cast in the polling location.
Your bill doesn't change the machines, the equipment that the voters are going to be using in the counties, right? It doesn't change anything like that? So the current voting equipment in Bexar County, you receive a card with your name and information, and then you put it into the machine, you vote, it spits out what looks like a receipt. You can look at it and you see who you voted for. That goes into the box. So if we're not changing the machines where I'm voting countywide and there's a paper receipt of who I voted for, my name, precinct, all you're changing is that you're forcing me to vote in this location closest to my home, which may or may not change from time to time. How does that increase security? I mean, the paper receipt is still the same, whether it's in myself voting close to work, close to my children's school, or close to my house. How does it change any accuracy? Because the paper receipts are still there regardless of where I vote.
It's the aggregating of them from many locations that to determine what the precinct vote is, and to be able to actually determine that all of the votes were actually counted that were cast. And there's one other aspect to it, is the significant number of reports we've had from people watching their poll books have names added to them as about the time the poll was closing or after the poll had actually closed. And there is no technical explanation for that.
They're poll books, but...
The electronic poll books.
So how does that change whether it's county-wide voting or... Thank you for taking my questions. I cannot yet, for the life of me, see the rationale. I do agree with you. Transparency, accuracy, critically important, security, all very important. But I don't see how taking away countywide polling and forcing people to vote in one location makes it any better. But thank you for taking my questions.
Thank you for the question, Senator.
Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
Gentlemen yield.
Do you yield, Senator Hall?
Yes, I do.
You're recognized, Senator Whitmire.
I'm sorry, I was talking to constituents in the hall, but I didn't get to hear your opening. I really, for someone who's been on the ballot a long time, I can't imagine what you're trying to fix. And particularly when it comes to an urban area the size of Harris County. It serves such a useful purpose for families that have responsibilities, whether it would be getting children to and from school, work responsibility, transportation issues. It's just been really functioning well to allow people to vote near their job, near their school, near their family. And so I wish you would consider the hardship and maybe the interruption of something that's working really well in the urban area. I can't imagine, I don't believe, do you represent any community that's anywhere near the size of our metropolitan areas of Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio? I mean, I don't know what you're trying to fix for us because it's really working well. And the question would be, what are you trying to fix that is preventing people from legally voting near their job or their school? So what are you trying to fix?
Trying to greatly not sacrifice security for convenience. Polling locations will be in the neighborhood where people live. That's how they're set up. So they will be nearby where they are at a particular time if they live in their homes. And aggregating all the votes from many, many locations with no real way to determine the accuracy of the aggregation and the very loose chain of command we have on the devices particularly between the early voting and election day, it will give us more confidence in the outcome as being accurate, that errors are not made.
Who do you think has the most interest that an election be held legally, properly, and efficiently than the candidates themselves? Each and every one of us, I believe, are the first line of defense, would you not agree, to see that elections are done properly. I promise you, when I'm on the ballot, we're reviewing the entire operation. And sometimes there are interruptions, which are unfortunate, but don't you think would you not agree, I would not be standing up here trying to defend something if I thought it was broken or insecure. I mean, I'm here to publicly tell you, countywide works in a metropolitan area, and I would sure hate to see us go back to where people do not get to vote because of traffic, work schedule, or family responsibilities. So can you tell me who brought this idea to you, or did you happen to be in a countywide vote operation that you found unsatisfactory? I mean, where are you coming from with this?
This idea has come from many directions of people working on polls throughout the entire state.
Yes, sir.
And I wouldn't be proposing this if I did not have a great deal of confidence in the fact that this change, in which we will change a little bit of convenience for a significant increase in security, because I think we all want to know that we are elected based on the will of the people.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what your largest jurisdiction is. You know, I'm in a county with several million, and I'm just think you're fixing to put an impediment suppression issue before the people of our metropolitan areas that literally, if they have an unscheduled meeting that keeps them at work, they can't run back to the Heights or Oak Forest or Acres Home to vote. They've got to vote downtown, perhaps even at the courthouse. Kingwood, Clear Lake. I mean, it's the size of several counties in a rural area. So are you having a problem in your district with the countywide voting circumstance?
I'm looking at it from the state standpoint. I was probably
You're looking out for me?
County.
Well, let me just tell you, we're doing fine. The Harris County delegation is doing real fine. We've had some interruptions, but I don't know that I need you to. Could we do it on a local option, perhaps? Local control, maybe.
Because it's not, It's not an issue of convenience, it's an issue of security.
Well, but convenience allows you the opportunity to vote if you find yourself needing to go to a doctor's appointment and you can't get back to your own community. And I applaud your concern about security. I share that. I think the candidates are the first line of defense against insecurity. But I really think you're looking for a solution for something that really doesn't exist. Certainly, it's been my experience in Harris County. And in fact, I will close by telling you, are you aware, I've been on the ballot when we didn't have countywide, and people were not able to vote. And it's not a matter of convenience, it was a matter of responsibility. They could not take care of their children, get them to a school program, and also get back to their community to vote. So thank you for taking my questions, but I really think you're going to disrupt some areas that are really working well. Thank you.
Senator Perry, for what purpose?
For the author.
Do you yield Senator Hall?
Yes, sir.
I want to
recognize
make sure,
Senator Perry.
I want to just make sure this is election day only, that if you have open in early voting, like in my community, we have grocery stores during the early voting periods where you can pretty much vote anywhere those grocery stores are available or other access. But is this election day only? You go back to your precincts.
No, this all both of them. Yeah.
Problem. Right. If it's not election day voting only, that you go back to your precincts, which is the way Lubbock does it. On election day, you lose the privilege of picking a place that's handy and you're forced to your precinct. We're doing exactly what this bill does, I thought. I want to confirm this is for election day only, that you will show up at your precinct voting place versus your early vote. If not, I would hope that you'd take an amendment to secure that. If it does, then let's make sure for the record of intent that it does. And if you don't want to do that, then I'm okay with that. I just need to know.
This only affects election day voting.
Only election day voting. So on the early votes, they do whatever they've been doing with no change. And my community does that. So we're good for intent purposes. And I hate to suggest it, but I am going to ask for this conversation to be in the journal. All right. So thank you, sir, for that clarification. I'm sorry to stump you. I was just sitting here listening. I like the way it works in Lubbock, and I didn't want to change that. So appreciate it.
Members, the motion was to have the conversation reflected in the journal. Is there an objection? Hearing and seeing none, so ordered. Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Hall take a question?
Do you yield Senator Hall?
Yeah.
Stand by, Senator.
We approach.
Come to the dais, Senator Hall.
the head.
Backing up, and I was like, the more you back up, I can't hear you, you know. So.
Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I'm going to withdraw my motion. We're going to work on an amendment.
All right, thank you. Members, the motion to suspend has been withdrawn while they work on cleaning up an issue. Senator Paxton. Members, the following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee, the secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 2608 by Zaffarini relating to the creation of the Martindale Municipal Utility District Number 1 of Caldwell County to local government. House Bill 53 to Transportation. House Bill 113 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 166 to Education. House Bill 255 to State Affairs. House Bill 279 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 367 to State Affairs. House Bill 513 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 542 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 560 to Transportation. House Bill 567 to State Affairs. House Bill 568 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 591 to Finance. House Bill 699 to Education. House Bill 728 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 767 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 783 to Local Government. House Bill 842 to Transportation. House Bill 852 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 866 to Local Government. House Bill 998 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1040 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1070 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1157 to Education. House Bill 1167 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1263 to Transportation. House Bill 1358 to Education. House Bill 1389 to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 1440 to Local Government. House Bill 1486 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1504 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1550 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1602 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1615 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1633 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 1635 to State Affairs. House Bill 1706 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1730 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1805 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1809 to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 1825 to State Affairs. House Bill 1845 to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 1871 to Transportation. House Bill 1901 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1903 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1910 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1928 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 2015 to State Affairs. House Bill 2188 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2248 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 2249 to Local Government. House Bill 2309 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2314 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2484 to Education. House Bill 2732 to Local Government. House Bill 2749 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 2759 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 2921 to Transportation. House Bill 3106 Transportation. House Bill 3108 to Transportation. House Bill 3245 to Local Government. House Bill 4073 to Local Government.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
It's a messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House.
Welcome right now. Member, the President's desk is clear on announcements for chairs. Just for your chairs who are making announcements, it's on recess today, not adjournment, okay? Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the committee Senate Committee on Water, Agriculture, Rural Affairs can meet immediately upon adjournment today, Tuesday, April 18th, in the Senate Press Room 2E.9 to consider pending business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the Senate Committee on Nominations Action Report from our meeting that was held on Monday, April the 17th, has been placed on your desk. In accordance with Senate rules, this report will be eligible for consideration tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Perry, you said adjournment needs to say recess.
Sorry about immediately upon recess. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection to the motion? The motion is adopted. Thank you. Senator Swartner, again, whatever announcement, it's recess.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The Senate Committee on Business and Commerce will reconvene 15 minutes upon recess in E1.012. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you. My 6-year-old grandson was watching one day and said, "So you all get to go outside and play too? Come back in after recess." Not quite. Thank you. Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Committee on Administration will meet today upon recess in the Betty King Room to hear business before the committee and to consider a local and uncontested calendar.
Senator Bedcourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the posting rules to consider Senate Bills 2579, Senate Bills 2608. These are standard MUD bills that were just been referred to the committee for the local government committee hearing right after the session today.
Any other announcements? Any objection on the motion? The motion is adopted. Thank you. Any other announcements?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
The Senate Committee on Local Government will meet today at 4:30 p.m. We'll be voting, so I need all the committee members there at 4:30 p.m. in E1.028. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 11 a.m. Wednesday, April 19th.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes, sir. I did what I was trying to recess.
We're recessed to win.
Dean, you're recognized for your motion. I'm sorry, we were...
No problem. I move that the Senate recess until 11 a.m. Wednesday, April 19th. Thank you, sir.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands in recess until 11 a.m. Wednesday, April 19th. It looks like all of our chairs have already left. If you have committee hearings in the morning, it would be good to try and wrap them up by 11 because I expect us to be on the floor for a long time tomorrow during the day and maybe into the evening. So as much work as you can get done, the better in the morning. Thank you.